For those who don't know who I am, I'm Tom Glagola. I'm the assigned administrative law judge to this proceeding. Hopefully everyone here knows they're for a workshop for the order instituting rulemaking proceeding to consider amendments to General Order 133, or some of us call it the Service Quality Workshop or Service Quality OIR. Some housekeeping before we get in to the meat of our workshop. One, if you need a mask, there should be masks on the other side of that wall at the front entrance. Two, please remember to silence your cell phones or at least vibrate them. If you're looking for restrooms, please exit the double doors, go on the other side of the security gate, and you'll see the signs and to both of them from there. Emergency evacuation directions. Essentially, you go through the same way that you come through here, that when you came through here, past security out on the right, and then cross the street to the park, right by the basketball court, which is where we meet. Don't follow me, by the way. I'll be the slowest one here. For those joining on WebEx, please know that you can submit your questions when we have our Q&A via the chat box. Please preface each question with your name and specify if your question is for the advocates or the carriers. As I think many of you know, Rule 7.5 of our Rules of Practice and Procedure require a workshop for quasi-legislative proceedings. And that's the purpose of today, is to discuss the existing penalty mechanism in General Order 133D, as well as other possible enforcement changes, quality of service standards, measurements, et cetera, both items that are in the existing General Order and items that are not. With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to the Honorable Darcy Houck, the assigned commissioner for this proceeding.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for participating in today's workshop. Today, we're going to be discussing issues critical to ensuring reliable communication service quality for Californians. We're hosting this workshop today to discuss proposed changes to General Order 133D, which governs service quality requirements for communications carriers. This rulemaking evaluates the current communication service quality regulations under General Order 133D. And today we're going to hear from parties, advocates, carriers, and local and tribal representatives regarding service quality standards and potential changes to the General Order. Currently, the General Order applies strictly to plain old telephone service, or POTS. With the telecommunications market's dramatic shift from POTS to wireless as a primary method of communication, as well as to VoIP, we're considering how best to ensure that communication service quality requirements are appropriate and applied to the appropriate technologies, and ensure that all Californians can access and use high quality communication services. As part of the preparation for this workshop, Communications Division staff developed recommendations for revisions to both the metrics and penalty mechanisms of General Order 133D, and considered initial comments in the proceeding in doing that. Again, these are recommendations from staff that we will be vetting both today and through additional comments. These recommendations are adding service quality metrics to wireless communication networks and to voice over internet protocol, or VoIP, services as well. At the same time, staff has also developed recommendations for revisions to the current enforcement mechanism to better ensure compliance with service quality regulations. We've invited both advocacy and industry parties to present on these changes, and we also want to hear from representatives from local and tribal entities around the state as to their experiences regarding communication services. As we develop the record in the proceeding, it's important to remember that communication services are essential for Californians. Network performance is critical to ensure that people around the state can connect to emergency services in times of need. Moreover, as we settle into the new normal following the changes wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic, it's clear that consistent access to wireless service and VoIP are increasingly essential for Californians. In closing, I want to thank everyone that helped make today's workshop possible. I want to thank our IT staff for coming to Sacramento today and allowing us to do the workshop in a hybrid manner to allow for more participation. I want to thank our panelists, the industry and the advocacy folks. It's really critical that we hear from you and get your comments. We're going to be relying on the record in this proceeding. This general order is very important, and we really need everyone's input to make sure we make the best and most informed decision. I want to thank the local representatives for coming out today so that we can hear directly from you as to your experiences, and the tribal representatives for also being here. Again, it's critical that we hear from the folks being impacted and using these services, particularly in rural areas that may be most impacted. I want to thank Judge Glagola for all of his work in facilitating and managing the proceeding, and for traveling to Sacramento for today's hearing. So thank you, Judge Glagola. I want to thank our communication staff for all of their diligence and work, especially Waylon for, he's going to be moderating today, and all of the work that he has done. I want to thank my advisor, Victor Smith, for all of his work on this proceeding, and my chief of staff, Karen Sung, for her work. So with that, I'm going to conclude my comments because we want to hear from all of you, and I want to hear from my Bagley Keene partner, John Reynolds, who is here participating virtually in today's meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauk. I appreciate your leadership in this proceeding and all the work that you and your team, Judge Glagola, and our communications division have done leading up to today's workshop. Much appreciation also to Waylon Mai for his attention to detail and coordination of today's panelists. Today's discussion is a necessary one to ensure that Californians have access to reliable telephone service. I appreciate that we'll hear from carriers and ratepayer advocates today as we move forward in evaluating what changes are necessary to the general order. I'll be listening in on different panels and look forward to our Q&A sessions, and I'll be brief in my remarks to make sure that we can get to our panels and leave them plenty of time. Thanks again, and I will turn it over to you, Commissioner Hauk.
Thank you, and I will turn it back over to Judge Glagola to facilitate.
Thank you, commissioners. So could our first panelists please take your seats? These are the advocacy presentations on metrics. And we will first hear from Lucas Duffy, and then Itziel Hayward, and then Paul Goodman. So do we have the presentations ready? Okay. Okay, then I think we can start then, right? Okay, Mr. Goodman, please start. Or Mr. Duffy, sorry. Mr. Duffy. I don't know why.
And thank you, Commissioner Hauk, for... Oh, apologies, I wasn't on mic. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lucas Duffy. I wanted to say that I'm extremely grateful to be able to be here in person to share some of the excellent policy work that my office has been doing, and especially thankful to Judge Glagola and Commissioner Hauk for providing this opportunity. I'll dive right into the presentation today, and starting with quality of service metrics and measurements. I'll be directing the supporting staff to advance the slides. Could you please advance? Thank you. So just to set some additional context for this conversation today, service quality for essential communications services is really tied to a lot of different goals that the Commission has as part of its mission statement and core values. So the first being safe and reliable service. We want to make sure that wireless, VoIP, and internet customers who rely on those services have access to reliable service. It also relates to the core values of performance and transparency. We want to ensure that customers are receiving the quality essential communication services that they subscribe to and also pay for. And also accountability. Companies need to be accountable to the services that they're providing and the customers that they serve. Next slide, please. I think it's especially important to highlight that among these different essential communication services, broadband is included. Californians rely on plain old telephone service, wireless, VoIP, as well as broadband. And the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely illustrated that. Just a few statistics here to show you the extent to which broadband is an essential service in this context of emergency. 40% of Californians can perform their work remotely. 93% of US households with school-aged children reported using a form of distance learning in August of 2020. And in California specifically, 26% of households and 40% of low-income households with school-aged children do not have reliable home broadband. Furthermore, in March 2020, there was a 154% increase in telehealth visits across the US. And this is a trend that we continue to see developing. Next slide, please. In terms of essential services and emergency communications, as well as public safety, I'll just share a few California 911 statistics here. Wireless service is the dominant way that Californians access emergency services, with 86% of all 911 calls being from wireless phone lines in 2022, as well as over 90,000 text messages sent to 911. First responders rely on wireless service and are negatively impacted by service degradations. So these statistics here apply directly to wireless, but it's also important to note that when customers do not have access to wireless phone lines or when wireless phone lines go down, they rely on broadband connections in order to receive notification of emergencies. Next slide, please. Provide a little more context here just to show the different rates at which these services are subscribed to. In California, which has 13.2 million households, the FCC in 2021 determined that the subscription numbers are about 45 million for wireless, about 8 million for VoIP, 3.7 million for POTS, and 13.6 million for broadband internet. And so we see that each of these services, which customers are relying on, are heavily subscribed to, but some more than others. And this is indicative of the broader trend of the industry and really sets the stage for the conversation here today of addressing service quality for the vast majority of California's customers. Right now, only those 3.7 million POTS customers have service quality protections of any kind. Next slide, please. I think what customers have to say about service quality is perhaps much more powerful than anything I can say. I'll refer to a quote from the public participation hearings of this proceeding. I'll go ahead and read it out loud for you. I speak with my doctors, and a lot of times they cannot get a hold of me through the computer or the phone lines. This has been going on for 28 years, and we faithfully pay our bill for everything that we are not getting. And when they say that they will make right with us, they never do. I thank you for your time, and I hope this can be straightened up. So this is a clear and direct request from consumers to get the services that they pay for. They're directly asking for service quality to be reasonable and to be what they expect to enable to facilitate the essential functions that they need for their livelihoods. And so really the goal here of modifications to General Order 133D is ensuring that customers are able to perform their lives and their livelihoods in a way that is not limited by services that are essential and that they rely on. Next slide, please. So this brings us to a question: how should the Commission modify General Order 133D in the context of service quality metrics and measurements? Next slide, please. I'll start by talking about the current standards in General Order 133D, which only apply to plain old telephone service. Those metrics are installation interval, installation commitment, customer trouble reports, out of service repair intervals, and answer time. And as you might be able to tell from the names of each of those metrics, they're all related to the customer's experience with the company and relating to the company. So they're all around, for example, answer time, the amount of time that it takes for a customer to connect to the company's customer service line. So these are all service related metrics, and they're essential to make sure that customers are not overly burdened in directly relating to their companies and in getting services installed in their homes. And so the general order should be modified to apply each of these existing POTS metrics to each of the other essential services, with the exception of wireless, for which installation interval and installation commitment are not necessary because they are customer actualized services. Customers go to a wireless outlet in order to activate their phone service, so installation is not part of that. But accepting wireless, all of those metrics should apply to each of these technologies. Next slide, please. The metrics that I presented on the previous slide really relate to how the customer interacts with the company, but they don't actually get to the performance of the essential services that the customers are receiving at all. And so the general order is definitely missing that and needs to be able to account for that. And so some additional service quality metrics that are no-nonsense metrics, are clear to understand, and are also collected by the companies themselves are highlighted here. Delivered network speed is designed to measure internet speed and lets customers know whether their internet service is reliable. Latency, jitter, packet loss, and packet reorder measure how quickly and smoothly information travels in a network. And again, these are all regularly measured. Some others include outages, whether service goes down, call drop, failure rates, and setup time for services that relate to voice calls, and repeat trouble tickets, meaning if there's a particular area that has repeated issues with service quality, those areas can be readily identified by the commission and can be used to treat persistent service quality issues. So these are the additional metrics that we are recommending to be added to the general order. And on the following slide, I'll show you how each of those metrics apply to each of the different technologies. So these metrics don't apply universally across each technology, but most of them apply in most places. Wireless and VoIP, we're not recommending delivered network speeds. For the wireless side, that's because customers are guaranteed the generation of wireless service quality or the generation of wireless technology that they ride on, such as 3G, 4G, or 5G, but they do not have a promise of speeds, unlike broadband. And in the case of broadband, call failure, call drop rate, call setup time do not actually apply. Again, there's a lot of dense information on this slide of how these metrics do and don't apply that I won't get into, but I will highlight the nuances that are necessary to understand here in applying these metrics to each of these technologies, because each metric may be recorded at a different geographic level. For example, some are measured statewide, some are measured at a county level, and the individual companies who collect each of these metrics may have different methodologies with which they collect such metrics. And so the commission and the companies will have to collaborate in order to devise a scheme that works best for all of them. And in this particular case, we also want to highlight that not only should these new metrics apply to all the essential services, but also I just want to highlight that repeat trouble reports, which are not currently captured under General Order 133D for POTS, should also be identified. That way, areas with persistent service quality POTS issues can be addressed. And I also just want to highlight that in most cases, communications companies already track all of this information.
Mr. Duffy, if I could just interject real quickly.
Yes.
We're getting close on time because we're trying to, this session is 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Or it's 30 minutes with for all of you combined.
Apologies if I was running over time. I'll just go to the conclusion slide. California customers rely on essential communication services that I've identified, and the service quality standards in General Order 133D have not kept pace. Customers need both transparency and a baseline expectation of service quality. They need to know what kind of services they're receiving and how the companies are performing. And finally, the Commission should apply the existing metrics under General Order 133D to all services and apply new metrics to each respective technology type with the nuances that I highlighted today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioner Houck, ALJ Glagola, panelists, and all participants here today. And thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this workshop today. My name is Itzel Hayward on behalf of Small Business Utility Advocates, or SBUA. And SBUA is here to speak on behalf of the interests of the over 4.2 million small businesses in California that play a critical role in California's economy, providing jobs and serving their communities. Individually, they may be small, but collectively, they make up 99.8% of California businesses and employ 7.3 million Californians. Small businesses also play an important role in furthering the Commission's goals adopted both within its mission and its values, and also in the Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan, which seeks to expand inclusion in Commission decision-making, expand non-residential equity, and improve services to unserved and underserved communities, including Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color, non-English speaking communities, hard-to-reach consumers, and consumers in disadvantaged communities. These are also communities in which small businesses play a very important role in stimulating economic growth and job creation and providing opportunities for Californians to build thriving communities. And it's from this perspective that SBUA is presenting here today. We could take it to the next slide, please. SBUA believes that the quality of service measures raised by Cal Advocates and TURN and C4AT are an excellent start to ensuring equitable quality of service across the state. And in some cases, these standards may need to be even higher to ensure that Californians' most vulnerable communities are provided with the same quality of services as all Californians. The following statement relates specifically to the 4 quality of service measures raised by SBUA in its opening comments and highlighted in attachment A of the administrative law judge's ruling noticing this workshop. And these are network availability, call completion rate, call setup time, and call quality. And I'll just go through these briefly one at a time. So first, network availability. So reliable network availability provides a lifeline, especially for small businesses in a world driven by digital communication. Ensuring a network is available at least 99.9% of the time isn't just good policy, it's an essential equity measure. For small businesses, especially those in historically underserved communities, reliable network availability can mean the difference between staying in business and not. Whether they rely on POTS or VoIP, these businesses often don't have the resources to invest in backup systems or alternative communication routes. Every minute a network is down, its potential revenue lost, customer trust eroded, and brand reputation at risk. We know from the network exam that AT&T and Frontier have demonstrated a persistent pattern of service quality and investment focus being greater in higher income and predominantly white communities than in lower income communities and communities of color. Given the disproportionate number of low income communities and communities of color on the wrong side of the digital divide, it's unlikely that AT&T and Frontier are the only ones. So by mandating a 99.9% average, the Commission ensures that residents and small businesses, including those in communities most overlooked by carriers, will remain close to this benchmark no matter the disparity of service quality between communities. This will help ensure that, at least with respect to network availability, the most vulnerable Californians don't continue to be left behind. Now moving on to call completion rate. As I stated, small businesses play a vital role in local economies, and their role in this regard is particularly important in communities of color, where they often serve as significant catalysts for economic empowerment, community development, and social cohesion. And many of them, especially those without a significant online presence, rely on call interactions for their core operations. A 95% call completion rate ensures that they can conduct their businesses effectively, efficiently, and reliably. And in areas where digital connectivity and digital literacy tend to be lower due to historical disenfranchisement, voice calls are a primary and vital communication method. Every dropped call is more than just an inconvenience, particularly in unserved and underserved communities. Each one has the capacity to negatively impact the economic health of the communities in which they occur, and they're often a reflection of the broader disparities that exist in our society. Ensuring a high call completion rate is one step toward connecting all Californians, including those who have been historically underserved and unserved. Moving on to call setup time. So in 2006, some time ago, Google found that an extra 0.5 seconds in search page generation time dropped traffic by 20%. A broker can lose $4 million of revenue per millisecond if their electronic trading platform is behind that of the competition. In 2012, Amazon found that for every 100 milliseconds of delay to load their page, it cost them 1% in sales. In other words, a page load slowdown of just 1 second could cost Amazon $1.6 billion in sales each year. Since these data points were published, our reliance on an expectation of instantaneous digital communication has only grown. And there's also the impact of COVID-19 and the pandemic, which not only changed the way we do business, but highlighted the urgency of quick, seamless interactions. And this is particularly true of small businesses. Now more than ever, ensuring a prompt and reliable call setup time for both VoIP and wireless voice services is critical. A call setup time of 5 seconds or less in all communities, not just select communities, would support small businesses as well as small business and residential ratepayers in underserved and unserved communities, and help them keep with the escalating pace of business. And then finally, call quality. So for small businesses, the consequences of poor call quality are far-reaching, and the effects can be easily underestimated. The mean opinion score, MOS value, can be seen as a reflection of the business's ability to communicate effectively. And for a small business owner, where every call is an opportunity, be it a sale, a partnership, a chance to address a concern, or to receive invaluable feedback, reliable call quality can help to ensure that their voice and the voice on the other end are heard, understood, and valued. And for small business and residential ratepayers in unserved and underserved communities, the importance of this metric takes on an even deeper significance. Quality communication tools are essential for empowerment. Poor call quality can create barriers to accessing business development opportunities, education, healthcare, emergency assistance, and other essential services. And we could take it to the next slide, and I'll simply conclude that these 4 quality of service measures recognize the unique challenges faced by small businesses and strive to create a level playing field, particularly for those in our most vulnerable communities. By championing these measures, the Commission not only upholds the technical integrity of our communication networks, but also fortifies the social and economic fabric of California. We urge a thoughtful and inclusive approach to the Commission's consideration of these specific metrics and measurements, and in its work to ensure that every small business and residential ratepayer in California, regardless of their background or location, benefits from reliable, high-quality communication services. On behalf of SBUA, I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm Paul Goodman with Center for Accessible Technology, speaking on behalf of the Joint Consumers. I hope my voice is not too muffled because of my mask. If it is, please ask me to speak up. C4AT's offices are in the Ed Roberts campus in Berkeley, which houses a number of organizations that work with folks with disabilities, many of whom are immunocompromised, as well as the people they serve are immunocompromised. So while the pandemic may be over for some people, it's not over for folks with disabilities. With that, I'll turn to the matter at hand. I'd say, and you can go to the next slide, please. As we were looking at these proposed new service metrics, we also take a look at the existing service metrics, and it's, I think, very clear that all of these proposed service metrics fall into one of the three categories that the existing metrics are part of. And I'll admit, when it comes to availability and reliability, there's a certain amount of arbitrariness in terms of which category it was sorted into, but these are not new and terrifying and unexpected service quality measures. They're meant to measure the same things the Commission has always been measuring. If I could get the next slide, please. Yeah, we support all of the network availability measures. One concern we do have is power backup. We've heard stories from individuals, from workers that say, for instance, in one power center, they had ample power backup. The power went out. However, the little device that was supposed to switch the power over to backup power, its battery had run out. So it could not switch power over to backup power. So we'd like to suggest having a service availability measure that just says, hey, when's the last time you checked your battery backup or your backup systems to make sure they're working, and how many of them are working. The next slide, please. In terms of wireless service availability, I understand the reasons for having a metric that says, yeah, when outdoors and stationary, but that's outdated. In the previous service quality proceeding, which was at least 10 years ago, providers were arguing, well, there's no way to tell if it works in someone's house or not. And here I've just included AT&T's advice that's saying, if you're having trouble with phone service in your house, go outside. But for folks with mobility issues, that's really a problem. For a pregnant person on bed rest who is not supposed to get out of bed, they cannot go outside. Someone who thinks an intruder is coming into their home cannot just go outside. And so I understand there may be challenges in being saying, well, how exactly do we tell if folks are able to make a call from inside? But the Commission should be measuring that to our best ability to do so. And honestly, if a wireless provider cannot guarantee service that works inside your home, it should not be selling service to that customer, because I don't think you can consider that customer served. Next slide, please. One of the other things we noticed is these proposed metrics, while great, don't really address the issue of network congestion. So, for example, often when there's a power outage, a wireless provider will provide backup power to sufficient cell towers that the area is covered, but not all of the cell sites in that piece of service territory, which can cause networks to get congested. We also know that wireless providers often enter into contracts giving some entities priority over others when it comes to access to the network. So guaranteed access versus not guaranteed access. I apologize, that sounds a little vague, but anything further than that, I would have to start talking about confidential information, which I don't want to do. So yes, in terms of congestion measure, we'd like to propose the sort of cell site uptime metric. And I apologize, I initially thought this third bullet point here, I was like, oh, that's very clear what I'm saying. And having talked to some folks, it's very clear that it's not very clear what I'm saying. So I'll try to explain it in a little more detail. Basically, sort of reported quarterly, measured monthly, and say in each month, how many of your cell towers are able to stay up for at least 24 hours anytime during the month. So any 24-hour period of the month. And then which of those cell towers were able to stay up for at least 7 days anytime during the month. And the last one for at least 30 days, which will, I think, allay any concerns about disclosing too much about the network. Since it's aggregated, it just gives us sort of this percentage of our cell sites stay up, are known to stay up this amount of time. We think it's a useful metric. Next slide, please. And then just looking at Verizon and AT&T T-Mobile sort of speeds they offer The minimum service speeds we think could benefit from being 5 too, especially when folks are depending so much on streaming video, which requires significantly more upload time than other services, basically. I would say for us, this is not a hill to die on, but I think that 5.1 sort of doesn't represent what wireless providers say they're able to provide today. And then we can jump quickly to the next slide because we support the proposed call reliability measures. But I did want to spend a little time talking about the last slide, which is call quality. So for C4AT particularly, this is an important issue. And I think a lot of what the way providers have described service quality is they're sort of thinking that every customer is exactly the same, and therefore we don't need to worry about it. And it's interesting because somehow the arguments have sort of shifted to, well, yes, some customers have bad service quality, but look at all the customers that do have good service quality. And for me, when it comes to service quality proceeding, we don't care so much about folks that are getting good service quality. It's the folks that are not getting good service quality. So, you know, a couple of providers' presentations pointed to comments from the service quality public participate, or sorry, from the service quality comments filed by the public in this proceeding. We have questions about the origin of those comments, but the fact that there are some people that are happy with their service quality, that's fine, but we should be paying attention to the problems that the folks are complaining about. And the last thing I want to talk about is, I think this mean opinion score metric, which is fascinating. I know that several of the providers have offered 3.5 as the measure. From talking to our folks who know something about it, really a sort of best world kind of number would be between 4.3 and 5. We propose mean opinion score of 4 as the threshold. And that's particularly important, not just because it doesn't just measure the quality of the conversation, the call that's going on. It also measures if there's a static on the line or the call breaks up or something like that. It measures the amount of time it takes for that to get restored. So a number like 4 would probably change a 10-minute sort of distorted call or a 10-second distorted call into a 2-second distorted call. The other reason we're asking for 4, which is entirely reasonable, is there are a lot of folks who have hearing impairment that is not severe enough that they require a hearing aid, or it's not severe enough that they think they require a hearing aid, but they still have some hearing impairment, especially where there's outside noise or where there's distortion on the line. And that's the folks we should really be thinking about when we set in these measures. And the number of those consumers is only going to increase as the population ages. With that, thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you to all 3 of our panelists. We're actually 4 minutes ahead of schedule. I don't know, Commissioner, did you want to just continue with enforcement?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Okay, well, if we could get the enforcement panel slides ready, it will be the same panelists and the same order. Do we have them? We have the slides ready?
Yes.
Fantastic. Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lucas Duffy again for Cal Advocates, an analyst in the Communications and Water Policy Branch. We'll now shift to talking about General Order 133D's enforcement mechanism and proposed changes to that. Next slide, please. Why revisit General Order 133D's enforcement mechanisms? General Order 133D is not working right now when it comes to enforcement. Apologies, I'm getting a little bit of a feedback issue with Mike. Oh, thank you, Paul. Yes, the enforcement mechanisms in General Order 133D are not working. And I'll get into the specifics of that, but at a high level, the current alternate penalty mechanisms for non-compliance are not producing desired outcomes. Commission staff have actually identified several shortcomings with General Order 133D. Neither existing nor new service quality requirements accomplish their desired intent without functioning enforcement mechanisms. If the enforcement of service quality requirements is weak, then there's nothing to incentivize companies to complete those service quality requirements. Next slide, please. Fortunately, the existing shortfalls of GO 133D, though very pervasive and potent, are very clear. So resolving these is, technically speaking, very straightforward. Currently, the magnitude of fines in General Order 133D is limited by an outdated maximum amount and an arbitrary scaling factor, which currently does not accurately reflect the impact of persistent service quality issues within a given provider. Secondly, the grace period for non-compliance means that even companies with persistent service quality issues can evade fines and thus not address the service quality problems that they have underlying. And third, there's no way of providing recompense to customers whose lives are drastically affected by service quality issues, as my fellow panelists have so accurately described today. We move to the next slide. I'd like to highlight a couple of quotes from the public participation hearings of this proceeding. I'll go ahead and read them out loud. Even just a few days back, I tried to contact the bank, my service provider. I wasn't able to do that. And this is very frustrating because even with paying more, I'm not getting better service. It feels fraudulent. And a second quote, and I know with new equipment, it should work and even work better, but I can't call, I have dropped calls, can't take calls, and it's just horrendous. And I feel like there isn't enough time and attention put to that, as well as compensation, which would be a credit. So these two quotes are really showing that accountability is extremely important to customers. And I also want to draw attention to the fact that these are customers who are saying that they've spent time and energy trying to contact these companies and have been unable to get any sort of compensation for that time. And these are customers who are experiencing persistent service quality issues, and yet who also are able to have the time to call in to participate in the commission's proceedings. And so this is not capturing the entire population of customers who are having persistent service quality issues that directly impact their lives, but are not able to spend the time to participate. Next slide, please. Given these shortcomings of General Order 133D's enforcement, how can the commission modify General Order 133D to improve the enforcement mechanisms? Next slide. The first is simply to set a new maximum fine amount. There's already a Public Utilities Code section 2107, which sets a maximum fine limit, and the commission should use that and also count each violation as continuing in nature, meaning that if a company has persistent service quality issues once, they can be fined, and if they have those persistent service quality issues a second time, they can be fined again. Additionally, the commission should simply remove the grace period that limits imposition of fines so that we can avoid situations that have been observed where companies are out of compliance for 2 months of grace period and then back in compliance in a third month. Companies should be fined once they're out of compliance with service quality requirements. Next slide, please. Additionally, the commission should remove the alternate proposal from general order. The alternate proposal refers to the investment in lieu of fines, and the Commission itself has already identified that investment in lieu of fines has been ineffective in improving service quality. As such, the alternate proposal should just be removed from the general order entirely. Next slide, please. In order to address customer concerns of providing compensation for issues with their service quality, the Commission should establish a baseline for automatic customer refunds. Customers should not have to spend hours of their time calling service representatives in order to seek compensation for service outages, and certainly not when there's no guarantee of them actually acquiring compensation. And so therefore, as a baseline, the Commission should establish an automatic customer credit process totaling $5 per day that a customer is without service. And in fact, this is the same customer refund that the Commission has established as part of the Frontier bankruptcy settlement, where persistent service quality issues called for this automatic refund process. And additionally, there are providers who already have automatic customer refunds. And so this is not something that is brand new to the communications industry. This is something that the Commission should establish and have for customers to avoid the situation where customers are overly burdened to obtain compensation. Next slide, please. I think I can wrap this up pretty quick. Again, this is with regards to enforcement, things are pretty cut and dry. The existing enforcement mechanisms in General Order 133D are not working, and that's been evidenced by independent analysis, by Commission analysis, and also by ratepayer testimonials. Secondly, the Commission should remove the dysfunctional enforcement mechanisms from the general order by setting a new maximum fine amount and removing the grace period and removing the alternate proposal. And finally, the Commission should establish a baseline for automatic customer refunds, which, as I mentioned, has been already established in the Frontier bankruptcy settlement as $5 per day for customers and $10 per day for tribal customers. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions and cede the rest to my fellow panelists.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Your Honors. Itzel Hayward for SBUA on GO 133 enforcement mechanisms and SBUA's proposed changes. The current enforcement fine mechanisms in GO 133D are inadequate. And you can go forward a couple of slides. The network exam has exposed a troubling pattern of disinvestment, deteriorating service quality, and an alarming lack of options. And this pattern predominantly affects our lower income communities, our Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color, and other underserved and unserved communities. And these findings have emerged under the watch of the current enforcement fine mechanisms of GO 133D. In simple terms, our current system has failed to prevent this inequity from taking root and flourishing. Such a state of affairs is in stark contrast to the Commission's ESJ, Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. The commitments made under this plan were very clear and uncompromising in their intent to prioritize and uplift unserved and underserved communities, including a commitment to promote non-residential equity. Yet the reality on the ground, as evidenced by the data, stands in direct contradiction to these commitments. The quality of service received by a community should never hinge on the racial or socioeconomic profile of the community or its businesses. Every residential and small business ratepayer, irrespective of their location or the community they serve, should have equal access to high-quality communication services. This is crucial not just as a matter of principle, but as a tangible commitment to the small business ratepayers who form the backbone of California's economy. If we continue down our current path, if we allow existing enforcement fine mechanisms to remain unchanged, we're tacitly endorsing the continuation of these disparities. We run the risk of deepening the inequities and distancing ourselves from the ideals of the ESJ Action Plan and of an equitable California. By fortifying the penalty mechanisms of GO 133D, we'll not only align with the Commission's values, but we'll also be charting a path toward a digital future that champions equity and inclusivity. Next slide, please, on the investment in lieu of fines. So investment in lieu of fines is insufficient as an enforcement mechanism. On the surface, it might seem like a win-win solution, redirecting provider funds into the system for improvements, but a deeper look, especially through a lens of equity and fairness, reveals the potential to exacerbate disparities between served and unserved communities. The providers we're seeing are prioritizing investments in higher income communities. So to allow providers to invest in lieu of paying fines without clear directives on allocation of investments, this inadvertently provides them with an avenue to reinforce their existing biases and profit-driven strategies. If their past investment strategies are any indication, this would mean that a disproportionate percentage of investments in lieu of fines would most likely be used to bolster the infrastructure in affluent areas rather than in those areas in which investments are most needed, thereby creating an even wider chasm between higher income communities and unserved and underserved ones. The very mechanism intended to drive positive change could then instead perpetuate these systemic inequities. So if the commission is to honor this ESJ plan and its dedication to fostering equity across all communities, with special attention being paid to unserved and underserved communities, relying on investment in lieu of fines is not the way. While investments in infrastructure are undeniably crucial, they must be aligned with the commission's stated principles of equity and inclusivity. A system where penalties can potentially be leveraged for profit to the detriment of unserved and underserved communities that have historically been marginalized is neither equitable nor sustainable. So in reconsidering and updating enforcement mechanisms and moving away from investments in lieu of fines, the commission's dedication to its ESJ action plan and equity should be at the forefront. Moving on to enforcement updates under consideration. Many of these that are under consideration are a great start to improving service quality. They mark a very important step toward enhancing service quality, and they reflect the commission's and consumer groups' aspiration to ensure that all Californians receive the level of service they're entitled to. However, the commission should ensure that any enforcement mechanism not only addresses the symptoms, but also targets the root causes of existing service disparities. Again, looking at the historical behavior of providers, we see a pattern where investments are channeled to high-income communities. And if we look at the ESJ action plan, it really underscores the commission's commitment, right, to prioritizing equity and inclusivity. So it's really imperative that as we look to refine and strengthen our enforcement mechanisms, the commission keeps these commitments in sharp focus. And remember that without strict, clear directives, there's a risk that providers may default again to profit-driven tendencies, furthering existing inequity. So let's move on one more to some changes the commission could consider to improve carrier service quality. So as we consider other changes to improve carrier service quality, let's be reminded and keep in mind the larger vision that unites us all, and that's of an equitable, inclusive, and connected California. And while the commission has shown admirable initiative in addressing the service disparities and implementing the ESJ action plan, the data really shows an urgent need for an even more comprehensive approach. SBUA supports the changes proposed by my panelists here. We also want to consider the current enforcement mechanism, particularly the provision of investment in lieu of fines, to be reevaluated. As history has shown, without strategic direction and oversight, such provisions risk deepening the disparities that we're committed to addressing and the commission is committed to addressing. So, for example, the commission could adopt requirements on how investments are allocated or where investments are allocated, prioritizing those underserved areas or those areas with poor service quality. It's equally important to place a sharper emphasis on non-residential equity. Small business ratepayers who are central to California's economic vibrancy must also receive excellent service quality, irrespective of their location and community demographics. To this end, the commission could require carriers to provide targeted service improvement plans detailing specific timelines and milestones to ensure equitable service quality for all communities and all ratepayers. For enhanced transparency and accountability, the commission could mandate carriers to submit Regular reports, say quarterly reports detailing their service quality improvements with specific breakdowns by community demographic and income level. These reports should highlight areas of concern, plan corrective actions, and specific strategies to improve service quality in underserved areas. Also, regular public hearings can be scheduled to ensure communities can voice their experiences and providers can demonstrate their commitment to equitable service and outline in detail the actions that they're taking. Such a mechanism will not only ensure carriers remain accountable, but also provide a platform for continuous community feedback and engagement. And with that, I'll end my comments and cede the remainder of my time to my remaining panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just waiting for my slide to come. So, Company, you can jump to the second slide. So, as talking about enforcement mechanisms, the joint advocates really wanted to set up what we call assumptions or base points, or where we're really starting from when we're thinking about it. And I'm going to sort of ad hoc change this first bullet point a little bit to say we are not here today to talk about commission jurisdiction to impose these defined mechanisms or impose service quality changes, or whether those somehow are not wireless terms and conditions and therefore the commission can't regulate them. We feel those issues have been repeatedly briefed at length, and we don't need to go over those issues again today. The other thing is, I think everyone's well aware that the number of customer trouble reports that consumers file are a small fraction of the folks that actually have a problem. If phone service goes out in a neighborhood, not everyone in that neighborhood calls in and says, hey, there's a problem. So customer trouble reports are a useful measure, but they don't capture the whole universe of folks who are having problems. And then I think Mr. Duffy originally brought this up, but service quality problems are not equally distributed over networks. They occur often in the same area over and over. Employees we've talked to have mentioned this, saying there's just places that are repeated. Some have sort of become inside jokes, saying, "Oh, yep, it keeps going out." So we sort of refer to those as hot spots. So those communities that are having repeated service outages really need a lot of protection. I think we can say at this point it's not only likely that service quality issues disproportionately impact ESJ communities. It's true. And I did want to sort of highlight what Ms. Hayward said with AT&T's, it was an advice letter from June 23rd, 2023, advice letter 49420B, which was discussing AT&T's investment in lieu, most recent investment in lieu proposal. And AT&T said, diverting resources away from high-speed broadband to its copper network will not benefit low-income Californians. But AT&T never discusses the fact that for years they've been diverting resources from its copper network to building out broadband. So this is not just a disinvestment. It is we call it a wealth transfer. We are moving money that should have gone to ESJ communities and sent them somewhere else, which is a historical pattern, which is being discussed in the Commission's Broadband for All proceeding. And finally, this may just be my own personal pet peeve, but we fully believe the public interest in disclosing information about service quality problems outweighs any public interest in keeping information about service quality problems confidential. I think you often see providers trying to say, oh, that's confidential because people will find out about our networks or where there are problems. I think consumers should be aware of that, and other providers should be aware of that, because if we have the various competition that providers say we do, that will give providers that have a more serious interest in service quality the opportunity to come in and take care of those problems. Next slide, please. I guess this is our overarching principle, which is the greater a provider's non-compliance with service quality requirements, the more societal harm that provider causes the public interest. And we often talk about, lack of access to emergency services or refunds for not getting service, but impacts go much farther than that. As Ms. Hayward mentioned, small businesses can lose business if people can potentially not call schools or work or say join a commission workshop by phone. So the impacts really do ripple out. And yes, the larger the service quality problem, the bigger the impact, and enforcement mechanisms should reflect that. Next slide, please. We share the opinion that the enforcement fine mechanism is not working. Although I'll qualify that saying it's maybe at best working-ish. We have seen some improvement from, say, Frontier, but from the infrastructure report, it's clear that it has not been sufficient to motivate AT&T California. I think additionally, the lack of technical neutrality, the fact that the enforcement mechanism and the metrics only apply to one type of service skews investment because, as we've mentioned, providers are going to pump money into wireless and VoIP, but they're not going to be thinking about service quality, and we're going to end up spending a lot of money on infrastructure that doesn't provide adequate service quality. And from talking again to technicians and maintenance folks, service quality failures are overwhelmingly caused by underinvestment and neglect. Yes, there are natural disasters. Yes, fibers get cut, but those are like a small fraction of the actual problem. It's failure to maintain networks. It's failure to keep enough technicians in the field. And it's easily solvable is the good news. Next slide, please. So in instances where the enforcement fine mechanism is working, say like I believe this year we'd have a couple small leks get fines, very small fines, right? And we don't want to disproportionately punish folks who maybe have transient service quality problems, but then are able to fix those quickly. So we want to keep fines reasonable for those folks who are working in good faith. For repeat or excessive or what I would say bad faith offenders, the commission needs to make it financially unviable for them to not address service quality issues. It has to hurt, I guess is the way I would put it. Some folks would argue that fines would discourage investment, to which my response is the public interest in service quality outweighs the interest in having a lot of competitors who all offer terrible service quality. Honestly, this is just me. I know there are probably a lot of communities that would disagree with me. I would rather have one or two companies that provided excellent service quality than 6, none of whom provided excellent service quality. So that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. Yeah, investment in lieu of fines is not working. And I think Ms. Hayward and Mr. Duffy have talked about it quite a bit. I do want to note that Communication Workers of America originally supported the investment in lieu of fines because they thought it would increase or at least maintain AT&T and Frontier's workforce, but instead they've seen their workforce numbers decline. That purportedly added investment has not resulted in more folks being hired or more work being available. Sort of as an intellectual exercise, I think if the commission were to keep the investment in lieu of fines mechanism, it should remove the twice the investment cap. It honestly should be, all right, you will invest the amount of money it takes to remedy these issues. And I think that's really important because in AT&T's presentation, AT&T, I think, properly describes the investment in lieu of fines mechanism as incremental improvement, which is definitely what it has been. Any improvement we have seen has been tiny. And we should not be depending on a system that says, well, every year it'll get a little bit better, spending about $6 million, because that's just not enough to fix the service quality problems we have. Next slide, please. The joint advocates support all these proposed changes to the service mechanism, and they all go back to this concept that the sort of more harmful the service quality impacts, or the service quality violation, the more impactful the fine should be. And I'll discuss each of these in order. So if I get the next slide, please. Yeah, we support increasing the maximum level of fines. Actually, I've already spoken about this. There's societal impacts, and we need base fines that reflect societal costs of outages. I won't dwell on that. Next slide, please. In terms of chronic failure status, yeah, a provider in chronic failure status should have to pay fines for the entire period they're out of compliance. However, we sort of propose a mechanism where if a provider misses a metric by less than 10%, and within 3 months they have hit that, they have met all of the service metrics and continue to meet all the service metrics for the next year, then the commission might consider waiving fines for months 1 or 2. Just as an incentive for folks to really get those problems taken care of quickly, but that should only be used on relatively small failure to miss a target. So, and then next slide, please. So again, the adjusted results metric, I hate to pick on AT&T, but their slide deck gave me so much opportunity. Their slide deck at one point says, well, Sundays and holidays are out of AT&T's control. True, but there's a Sunday every week. And it just says, you know, natural disasters are unpredictable. And yes, some are, but in this day and age, some aren't. And so some of it is just building networks that are resilient enough to deal with that. But in terms of the, we should not count Sunday, so a pregnant person who has a pregnancy complication, those first 2 hours, getting that person to medical care in those first 2 hours is critical. And it can result in everything from loss of a child to cardiac arrest. And your pregnancy complication does not care whether it's Sunday. Someone in this top story of a building where the first floor is on fire, the fire does not care whether it's a Sunday. So I think the adjusted results concept is just outdated. And then next slide, please. As I've said, greater non-compliance, the greater the societal harm, and the fine should reflect that fact. So service outages that last longer, service outages that are more severe, or companies that fail to meet metrics by larger amounts should have a bigger fine applied to them. Next slide, please. So as I think my fellow speakers have mentioned, the commission should impose fines partially based on equity principles. As we mentioned, the commission should require that providers track and report service quality hotspots, so places where there are repeated service quality failures. And finally, if data shows that service quality issues disproportionately impact rural or ESJ communities, there should be a larger fine because those communities have been largely neglected when it comes to service quality. I have my last slide here. There have been a lot of provider arguments of this proceeding. Well, if you make us pay fines, we just have to pass that along to customers. All right, that's fine. But I have sort of two concerns with that. First is that customers should be aware that their bill is going up because their company fails to deliver decent service quality. And the second is this: there's a lot of research that shows that when provider costs go up, they pass those costs on to customers, and then they tack a premium anywhere from 10 to sometimes 50% on top of that. So they use that, oh no, we have to raise prices because we're paying a fine to increase their profits even more. And that's not my research. That's Mark Israel's research. He's an economist who frequently testifies on behalf of providers. And so we're proposing that basically that providers who have to pay a fine notify consumers about that on their bills prominently and on their websites. And also should say, here's what the cost per customer is going to be for paying that fine so that customers can compare that to see if that matches the actual bill increase. And with that, I have nothing else. And thank you very much for your time.
I was just asking if there was anyone remotely for this panel that was planning to provide. Okay,
No, it's the next one.
okay. So I'll defer to you.
Well, then, in that case, since we finished early, we'll take a break, and we'll be back at 10:45. And if our tribal and local government folks could already be seated in this area, that would help, so that we can, or maybe even a couple minutes earlier, because then we can start on time and keep going on time, maybe finish early again. So, thank you, everyone.
Your Honor,
Back at 10:30 or it's coming back?
Your Honor, during the tribal panel, would you like us to stay up here or go back to our seats? Okay, thank you.
One stay, and we could. Okay, yeah, and 10:45 is when we'll start again. Thank you, everyone, for joining us back on time. We'll now going to have our tribal and local roundtable. Commissioner Hauk, would you please introduce the panelists?
Thank you, Judge Glagola. And thank you to the roundtable participants for joining us today. We're looking forward to hearing from you. So we have Corey Cordero, the CEO of UROC Telecoms. And I know we don't have name tags, so maybe if you could just raise your hand so people, we've got Scott Armstrong from Inyo County. He's the regional broadband coordinator for Inyo County. We have got Supervisor Jessica Piska from Lake County and Matthew Rothstein, the Deputy County Administrative Officer from Lake County. Online, we have two participants. We have Tiffany Martinez, the clerk of the board for Modoc County Board of Supervisors. And we have Matt Rantanen, the director of technology for the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association and director of the Tribal Digital Village Initiative Network, joining us today. So we look forward to hearing from all of you regarding issues that you're dealing with on service quality matters. And so I will turn it back to Judge Glagola and we can get started. Okay, or we can hand it off back to the panelist and whoever wants to go first.
So, yeah, I guess what did you think of the what you heard this morning? Of course, you're going to get a chance again in the afternoon, but what is I guess what is the service quality in your communities, and what are you seeing? And whoever would like to start, by all means.
And what would you like to see?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're on. Okay. Well, thank you for having us today and inviting us, Judge and Commissioner and Commissioner. I'm Jessica Paiska. I'm the District 5 Supervisor for Lake County, and I'm really here to speak about rural county issues. And the biggest point I would like to kind of drill down into is the network availability and network quality that was spoken about earlier. I have a little story to tell about what happened to me last night. I was at a winery ranch area, and it was a high school cross country meet, and my daughter was racing, and there were 4 schools present. 3 of them were from out of the county, didn't have a lot of familiarity with the area. And suddenly a fire broke out just down the road. And this is a fire in the same footprint as the 2016 Clayton fire, started virtually in the same place. They immediately started evacuating the nearby town of Lower Lake. And we're in an area where we have 1 bar of cellular service. And we got huddled up close to the tasting room of the winery to try and figure out, how can I communicate with the CAL FIRE chief who's on site? What's happening? Do we need to evacuate? I can barely communicate with him. Then the power goes out. All the power goes out for the whole south of the county because of this. It ended up being a 28-acre fire. So the kids are out on the course running, and we're not sure how to collect them if we need to leave. I'm communicating with the fire chief. He's saying you're not actually in the evacuation area, but we are evacuating the town of Lower Lake and the high school. Well, in 2016, that fire flipped direction and burned the other way. So I myself am a fire survivor in the 2015 Valley Fire. I lost my home. I had to evacuate very quickly with my family and some animals. I couldn't communicate with the supervisor whose district I was in. He was traveling along the state highway from Middletown to Lower Lake because the power was out, and because of congestion, he could not communicate with the fire chiefs, had, dropped call after dropped call. Couldn't get there. Nobody knew what was going on. Then all the cell phones started going off with evacuation notices. And they say, this is the zone that has a mandatory evacuation. These are the zones that have advisory evacuations. Nobody knows what zone they're in because nobody lives there. And you can click on the link of our Zone Haven system, Genesis system, to pull up the map. But guess what? None of us have enough coverage to look at that map and find out where we are. So we have to just call the race, pull the kids off the course, get them in vans, and evacuate to safety. So there's been very little infrastructure improvement and investment in our county in many, many years. You cannot drive around our county consistently and talk on the phone. So if you're in an accident, if you're stranded pregnant like I was once, and you can't reach people and it's getting dark, it's terrifying. So at a minimum, I would like to see required that state highways have full coverage so that we're not driving in and out of these areas where you can't reach people and you're disconnected from emergency services, from your family, from anything else that you might need. So I really appreciate that you bringing that up today. That really is the single most important thing for me, is we need to see our maps change. They have not changed. The coverage maps have not changed significantly in a long, long time. And so if we're looking for equity, rural counties really need increased investment. And I will pass it over to my colleague, Matthew, who can talk more about the needs of our vulnerable community and what that increased investment might look like.
So one thing I want to acknowledge before commenting a little bit more substantially is just the fact that I know that there can be a malalignment in terms of the incentive structure for for-profit companies investing in areas that'll create the greatest return versus the public safety needs that are created by our reliability on those particular services to receive things like emergency messaging. And I want to just state that it is clearly, if we're using voice over IP, if we're using broadband service in situations like what Supervisor Pyska just described, where there are really significant public safety consequences, that's something that matters. And filling in those gaps is something that matters. And we have areas in Lake County communities that, including in the Scotts Valley area, that have ongoing issues in terms of regular communication availability, and that is something that should be addressed. I'm also cognizant, though, at the same time that any increase in the cost to people in vulnerable and historically impoverished communities like those in Lake County, any increase in the bill also is a matter of significance to the property owner, to the business owner. And so I think looking more broadly at the fact that there is that malalignment, there are areas, particularly think about in high fire threat areas like Lake County, where investment in even redundant infrastructure is a matter of priority, and yet it's not investable necessarily to a investor-owned utility or to a telecom provider. So looking at that disconnect and giving some serious thought to how those costs should be proportionally borne by California residents, by ratepayers, by subscribers to services like telecom is something that's certainly a matter of significance. And I wanted to highlight, as I mentioned, the importance of redundancy. And I know Supervisor Pyska, in your district, during periods of winter storms, whether they're really severe, like the winter storms of this past season, or even in future years, there are fairly lengthy periods of time that you're without service. And in part, I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about the disconnect between how quickly service is restored by electrical providers versus telecom providers.
Right. Thank you, Matthew. So we typically have heavy winter storms, and because we have a lack of redundancy and a lack of coverage from multiple sites, when one tower goes out, when the power goes out, we have thousands of people without coverage. And PG&E quickly comes in and regenerizes the lines. And then there's a significant delay. There's a lack of urgency to get the telecom lines back up. And you will just drive down the street and notice them all coiled up in trees. And sometimes it can be weeks. But without that redundancy in place, you've got all these people who are out of power, in the dark, snowed in, and they can't communicate with anybody because everything is down. So we've in the past had a temporary site come in and provide some coverage, but it's only been one time, and every single winter we have these problems. The sites are inaccessible during heavy storms. The trees come down. There's a lot of vegetation maintenance that does not occur to protect that infrastructure. So all of these issues are compounded. But that, I really just can't stress enough, it's the lack of redundancy, that if we're relying on critical infrastructure, one of them going down has mass consequences for almost our entire community.
Yes, and just to dovetail on what you said, those are very serious consequences, very serious public safety concerns in rural areas, and they're also impoverished communities. And so asking the residents of those local areas to bear the entirety of the cost of those necessary redundancies is not fully reasonable. And I just want to make sure that that's said clearly. And so it is a part of a broader conversation, and definitely appreciate the service quality conversation is a critical element, and value the fact that your commission is taking this on right now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Corey Cordero, Yurok Telecoms Corporation. First, thank you so much for the invitation. I really appreciate being able to weigh in here, and it's been really great hearing from the other panelists. I'm going to respond a bit to some of the suggestions folks made. Generally speaking, they all sound like great ideas, but I would invite the participants to the proceeding to consider some nuance for tribal government, local government, and tribally owned corporations. I think often we're now sort of just getting into providing service ourselves because there are new funding opportunities that allow us, and because of the historic service quality issues that we've experienced with the big providers. I also have a unique perspective, I think, to provide. I've previously served with the Yurok tribe and was part of a settlement agreement with Frontier and the settlement implementation afterwards. So, for example, $5 a day for service outages, you mentioned specifically. We get $10 a day for outages on tribal lands. However, I have a community, and this was signed a few years back, and I have a community on the Yurok reservation that currently doesn't have phone service, and I've been working very diligently with our local staff, reaching out with Frontier, and it's been a really long process, and I do agree generally that the outage metrics need to be upgraded. One of the things that we're experiencing is we'll get reports saying there are no outages on the reservation. Keep in mind, the Yurok reservation is a very rural area. We do not have cell service anywhere on the reservation. We do not have wireless internet service or high-speed internet service anywhere on the reservation. We have a small tribal WISP that's 10.1, and it's not available across the reservation. So folks don't have phones when the Frontier service is down. They don't have access to cell service, and will often have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours just to get to an area where they can make a call. For our elders or folks who are not able to drive for medical reasons, it's quite a burden. And so we have weekly elder advocates that go out into the community to do community wellness checks. We also, folks do have families that go out and check on them, but it's incredibly difficult to reach them, especially during moments of crisis, if it's the winter storms, fires, et cetera. And we've had many negative outcomes because folks, including our first responders, were just simply not able to make a phone call to get an ambulance out. But in terms of the actual implementation of our settlement agreement, one of the things that we find is we'll have outages that last 6 months, we'll report them, but they don't create a service ticket. And so if there's no service ticket created, there's no clock that starts for them. And it kind of goes on and on from there. So I've been working with elders who will drive to a tribal office when they're able to get a ride to make a phone call. If the tribal office line is working, they'll be able to make a phone call, schedule something with Frontier, go back, wait a week, they don't show up, and then do it again. I've had folks who worked for 3 months quite diligently on trying to get their phone reconnected, their phone repaired. Often folks give up. I am now talking to folks off the reservation in other parts of the county, and many of them didn't realize that phone service was available to them. It's just been pretty wild out, actually. And so one of the projects that I'm working on is essentially creating a list of all the elders and then all the community members. And we really have to go door to door to figure out, is your phone working? If not, why? And then, with the help of a couple of elder advocates and a very pushy attorney, and sometimes months of advocacy and going back and forth with our contacts at Frontier, we're able to get people connected slowly. But the $10 a day incentive has really been helpful because that's getting out into the community. And so folks are like, oh, hey, it took 2 months, but I got a few $1,000s back. My phone's working. This is amazing. And then I'm getting more calls. So the more success stories we have, the more phone calls I'm getting from folks' family members or visits from the elder advocates saying, hey, they heard you could help. Here's our problem. This is what we've been experiencing. And some folks haven't had phones for upwards of a year or two. Many made their phone payments anyway because they were worried about, they want the service, they need the service, they're worried about their credit, and then eventually just stopped paying and were disconnected. And so, and none of those were reported as outages. So I guess in conclusion there, I do believe that having stricter outage metrics, more auditing, and more education for the community to actually know. I really like the suggestion about the automatic credit. Even with our settlement agreement, we have folks, we identify folks that get reconnected and it's like, okay, great, we'll credit you back 6 months of the bill since you weren't out, but no mention of the $10 a day that they're entitled to or $5 a day that they're entitled to. So you really have to be very well educated, very persistent, and willing to put in a lot of time to get what you're owed as a consumer. And I just don't think the average consumer can do that. At the Yurok tribe, we're struggling to do that still. And I'll pass it off for now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Judge, Commissioner Hauk, panels. And I would like to first thank the panelists who gave the presentations this morning. And one comment that Mr. Duffy made, one term Mr. Duffy used, I think is really key in how we're trying to approach this in Inyo County in the Eastern Sierra. And that is that broadband, cellular service, POTS lines, and voice over IP service are essential services. So that brings me back to my days as a kid when my dad worked for Northwestern Bell in the Midwest, pretty much spent his entire career connecting people in South Dakota as a universal service. Telephone service was important for emergencies, events, safety. And we're in that same boat now because the copper infrastructure can't do what we need it to do. The copper infrastructure that's in place is old. It doesn't deal well with water. We actually have water these days. And it's so there's less incentive to keep investing in copper. And I understand that. But that means that whatever replaces our POTS circuits for communications needs to be treated as an essential service. We have a couple of, I hate to call them anecdotal events that happened recently, but we got some rain a couple weeks ago, came up from the south, and it washed out roads in Darwin. Those of you who aren't aware of Darwin, it's a little community, a lot of artists, used to be a mining town, kind of central part of Inyo County. And it's in a bowl, like a geographic bowl. So there's no way to get fixed wires in there. We don't have cellular towers up there, so they don't have that either. They had copper telephones, and phones went out the day that it rained, and it took over a week to get phone service in there again. And we've had rain out there a couple of times. We've left a satellite phone. That's their only way to report 911 issues. We also had rain down in Furnace Creek, Death Valley. The National Park Service pretty much dealt with most of those issues, but they had a different phone provider, and their service went down as well, and their backhaul for cellular also goes out through copper. So that was an essential service, but we had 2 areas in our county that had no way to call for 911 emergencies. And that makes it even more important to focus the solutions we put in place, the metrics we use, and any kind of enforcement in place. Make sure that we're solving the problem of supporting the essential services. I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rantanen, would you mind sharing your perspective?
Sure.
Sorry. Would you mind sharing your perspective? There we go.
Thank you, Judge, and commissioners, and those of the panelists. I appreciated all of the comments, and definitely a lot of those comments resonate with the problems that are in and around the tribes of Southern California. I work with Southern California Tribal Chairmen, which is 25 federally recognized tribes, and I have been leading the Tribal Digital Village Network since 2001. And we built this network because the existing infrastructure is not sufficient to support our communities. Our phone lines, and it sounds like a broken record, but we have a lot of sun throughout the year, so the housings on the copper lines crack, and then when we have rain or moisture, it shorts them out, or whatever the technical term is to stop the phone service. And that still exists to today. We are concerned with the replacement of old copper lines with fiber, because there's still 70% of coverage on Indian country land throughout this country for plain old telephone service. So what's going to incentivize those folks to build out to 100% of those homes when they didn't do it with copper? And so are we going to leave more than 30% of the people without phones as they replace their systems, or is it going to increase? We don't have cell coverage in in most locations. Cell coverage in San Diego County is population based and at best transient population based. So if you're on a roadway that has X number of drivers per day, you potentially have cell coverage on that roadway, but the reservations that are adjacent to those roadways don't have service, you know, after the first ridge line geographically into the reservation. The service coverage doesn't serve the off-roadway areas. So, you know, there's a lot of concern with where we're headed and what responsibilities those that are replacing copper and implementing fiber and then implementing, you know, wireless strategies to be able to solve these problems. You know, the Tribal Digital Village Network exists specifically because people didn't have access to services. Many of our customers use that service to you know, to have a telephone line where they didn't have reliable telephone before. So we are in the same boat of you know, requiring redundancy and efficiency in our services so that it doesn't go out. So we have a quality of service that they can depend upon. You know, and we're small in comparison to any of these companies. We have, you know, a little over 500 homes connected in 105 tribal municipalities on 17 different federally recognized reservations. And we have redundant power at every single tower location. We have 28 towers throughout San Diego County and Southern Riverside. And we have, you know, we have generator backup. We have solar systems. 20 of our towers run completely off grid. And we managed to keep our network up and running, you know, fairly sufficiently. And we actually have been required to put, you know, redundant power situations on our grid power supported towers because we find that we lose grid power more often than we lose the sun in San Diego County. And the grid power is shut off for high wind situations where the utility company is, you know, protecting their assets and trying not to be, you know, responsible for fire damage, as we saw with Sempra and San Diego Gas and Electric in previous fires. Allocation of responsibility was to down power lines, so they shut them off during high wind situations. So that leaves us stranded. So all of our networks are required. I mean, every piece of our network is required to have redundant power. Many of our tribal homes have redundant power because of this same problem in a generator. So we want to make sure that as we move forward, a lot of these, you know, checks and balances that are being put into place and a lot of these focuses are ensuring that these industry folks are doing the same thing that us small WISPs and service providers are doing for our communities, that we're being responsible, that we're having, you know, redundant power situations, that we're having emergency power situations and uptime on service, and as much focus on communications for the communities that currently have it as they're replacing lines, and then expanding out those services as they're replacing legacy systems to ensure that the rest of those communities that have never had service are also included. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Martinez?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Tiffany Martinez. I'm the clerk of the board, but also serve as the Assistant County Administrative Officer for the County of Modoc. And I'll just share and be very brief with you some of the experiences we've had here in Modoc County. A lot of people don't know where Modoc County is at, so we're located 6 hours from Sacramento. We border Nevada and Oregon. We're very, very rural. Sounds like a lot of other individual counties that are here today are as well. About 6 months ago, we had a constituent come to us and start complaining about the cell service located in our Surprise Valley area, which is the area that borders Nevada on the east and then in the north, Oregon. But it cascades across our entire county. And after working with our cellular provider, who was very good to work with, they informed us that the CDMA technology is being turned off and it's being mandated to go to 5G technology. In our county, we don't have 5G. So this CDMA technology being turned off has impacted our residents very heavily. And if there is a solution to that, one thing I could provide for some sort of consideration is to do an exemption for rural counties on the CDMA technology. The way I understand it, I'm no, excuse me, I'm no expert, but what they described to us is the CDMA technology allowed cell towers to triangulate. So if you couldn't get a signal from one, it would provide that access to be able to go to another tower. In our area, we have two main providers, and one may work well in one area and the other may work well in another area, but none of them work well in all areas of our county. The other issue we have in our county related to regular telephone service and broadband is we have one provider that comes into our entire county. So just recently, on July 31st, we had a theft of fiber along the 299 highway corridor, and it took our entire county out for 2 full days. So the theft vandalized it for the first day and went back and vandalized it on the second day. I have a document here that our sheriff's office and OES put out, kind of documenting all of the public health and safety concerns that brought up within our community. I'll just cover a few. We didn't have internet access, so most of the gas stations, people couldn't fuel up. People were stranded in the town if they didn't have cash on hand to go through. So a lot of the areas, especially the Surprise Valley area, was unable to make 911 phone calls. We actually had a fire occur during that period of time, and thankfully our water master had a radio that could get access and get an emergency call into the fire department so that they could respond to the fire. But if it hadn't been for that radio, there would have been no services provided. Some of the social services capabilities are no longer accessible for our constituents when the internet goes down. And we do not have any redundancy in our county. There's no other provider that has a backhaul that could provide that internet service. So when we're looking at the broadband service and even the conduction of this last mile, making sure that counties have 2 providers would be something else to consider as a solution. Passing on the cost to our customers can be very difficult if you're going to impact the providers with more fines and fees, because we already pay a huge premium here in our county just for phone service. It seems like, again, we aren't getting the responses timely. A lot of people have gone to cell service because the service has been so poor in our county. And a lot of our population is elderly population. So by changing over to this 5G technology, some of the suggestions we got from the cell carrier was that they needed to upgrade their phones. A lot of the elderly people don't know how to operate smartphones or to do updates and different things. So that can be another issue with this 5G technology. So those are just a few of the issues that we're seeing here in Modoc County. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I won't take any more time. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you so much. So we're at 11:15 was when we planned to have our Q&A for advocacy for our ad block. When we planned to have our question and answer session for our advocates. So since we did such good planning and executing, Commissioner, do you want to start with questions? Because I think we may have also some questions, or at least I might have one question for our tribal and local governments when it's my turn, but Commissioner.
And I believe John Reynolds is also online, and Commissioner Reynolds may have some questions as well. So thank you again. Really appreciate everyone's time and the information being provided in all of the presentations. And I just want to also mention, I know there's been a lot of discussion about broadband, and there is some overlap clearly with VoIP and broadband, but I just also wanted to reiterate phase 1 is dealing with POTS, wireless, and VoIP service specifically, and we'll be talking about broadband specifically in phase 2. But again, understand that there's some technology overlaps there. So I just wanted to see if the panelists from the advocacy, maybe if they had any comments regarding what they heard from brief comments on some of the things they heard from the tribal and local representatives, and then also to see if there was any additional information. I think the focus in some of the presentations was on the VoIP and the wireless. If there was any additional specific information on POTS service that you wanted to add. And then I'll have one question on enforcement, but I wanted to ask that first, and then I'll pass it off to Commissioner Reynolds after my next question.
Yes, Excel Hayward from SBUA. Only to add that small businesses exist in communities everywhere. That includes rural communities, that includes tribal communities. We fully support everything that that supports these communities. And although I didn't mention rural communities specifically, when I refer to the ESJ action plan, the Commission's ESJ action plan, and when it refers to unserved and underserved communities, it's specifically referring to rural communities. So I just want to make sure that that I name that and that that's brought up in this forum. Thank you.
It's all very helpful information. I did want to clarify that you have to be careful about how you define redundancy sometimes, because often what will happen is there'll be a town and there will be technically redundancy because there's two wires that go to that town, but they put those wires in the same conduit. So the conduit gets cut, you're out of luck. So when we think about redundancy, we should really be thinking about two alternate paths connecting a location.
Commissioner, I just wanted to address the question you had about POTS. You know, there was a lot of discussion about the additional metrics for wireless and VoIP. Just wanted to reiterate the recommendation to institute the repeat trouble report ticket for POTS lines, specifically as it relates to what we heard from these panelists about persistent service quality issues, and with POTS lines being the different outages that happen during rainstorms, et cetera, being able to identify those areas and have them on the Commission's radar. And then additionally, just to reflect on what has been said by each of the panelists here, the impacts to each of their respective communities are very deep and to be taken extremely seriously. And so I think the gravity of each of those situations really lends itself to the fact that these service quality recommendations need to be taken as seriously as possible, and there's nothing to be taken lightly here. And I think that the advocacy panel did a good job of outlining why that is. Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I could address one more thing about cost increase concerns, which I think are very valid. This is something I struggle with because I believe that solving most of the service quality problems will be remediation. Basically, customers have been paying a phone bill that supposedly was to keep the network up and running and in good shape, and companies didn't use that money to do that. They've neglected their infrastructure. So it is unreasonable to then go back to consumers again and say, hey, we were supposed to spend this money, but we didn't. So now give us the money again. And I acknowledge that phone services are not rate regulated generally. So I'm afraid I don't have a sort of clean solution for that, but that is a concern.
No, thank you. And on the enforcement side of issues, it sounds like even though clearly there's a lot of work to be done in the North Coast area with UROC, that there's been some progress with some of the outcomes from the frontier settlement, even though it sounds like it may be slow and not clearly sufficient enough. But I think we're all grappling with the enforcement issue in regards to carrots and sticks and what's going to work. These are essential services. That customers need to have reliable service to be able to address emergency situations, to be able to contact people. And we've heard from the tribal and local representatives just how critical that is. But we're also dealing with challenges regarding cost and what that means for customers, what that means for the companies on how they get the funding to invest, especially in areas where the investment may not pay back, and we've got to grapple with what that means. I think there was a comment about the workforce may be dropping. I think we're dealing with challenges there. I think we all know we're going to need a tremendous workforce to be able to carry out ensuring that we have the services we need, and workforce development and training is going to be really critical, especially in rural areas, to make sure we have people there to do that. So I think we're grappling with how to balance where we need to use carrots and where we need to use sticks, because the ultimate outcome is we need reliable service for customers so that they know that they can rely on the communications carriers. And as we're seeing more people moving to wireless, we need to make sure that there's metrics in place and that there's mechanisms in place to enforce that. And we still have a significant number of people relying on POTS lines, especially in rural areas that we've just heard of. And until we have a satisfactory solution where we know those folks are going to be covered with some other technology, we need to make sure that that service is reliable too. So I know there was a big focus on, whether the penalties were enough and whether the in lieu investment is working or isn't working. But I also think we're going to need to think outside the box and come up with some creative ideas. And we're going to need everybody at the table, including the carriers, to come up with those solutions. So I think it's important to have heard from the advocates and the local governments this morning. It's going to be important to hear from the carriers this afternoon. But I didn't know if either the local or tribal folks have any ideas about, maybe looking at how we can think outside the box, or again, if there's been successes with some of the outcomes from the Frontier bankruptcy, if those can carry over. And I think we heard one idea there regarding the refunds that may be helpful. But if anyone had any additional thoughts on that, I'd like to hear that. And then again, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Reynolds for any questions that he may have.
So one thought in response to Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer, County of Lake, is just the importance of parsing out the elements of the cost and what should be the responsibility of the service provider and what is a response to a broader change. Like if a factor is creating a significant resiliency issue that is climate change informed, should that cost be shared more broadly in order to protect the rural communities that tend to be more directly affected by those consequences from direct rate increases?
I just want to echo something I think that Matt said earlier. Tribal WISPs and now in my role as CEO of Europe Telecoms, I think just taking a different approach and actually having service quality be the main goal, it really is very workable. So for example, right now we're doing a large build out to bring high-speed internet to the reservation for the first time. And we have a very insular community that really can't be accessed by most technologies. And there we're going to have to sort of satellite uplink. And for us, we are just going to cover that cost. The customers there are going to have the same price as a customer who is able to be connected much more cheaply. And that's just part of our job to provide good service. On the Yurok tribal government side, they operate a tribal WISP, essentially relying on a connection from Frontier to wirelessly spread out some service on the western coastal side of the reservation. And during the pandemic, the tribal government completely waived all fees so people could maintain their service, and we connected new households and were able to make that work as well. So I do think, while there might be some creative solutions in terms of service quality enforcement, et cetera, ultimately businesses are able to do it if that is their goal.
If there's no more additional comments from folks in the room, I wanted to turn to Mr. Rantanen and Ms. Martinez to see if they had any.
This is Matt Rantanen. Thank you. Yeah, I just think it's important that we all are looking at this through the lens that, people need these services, and there have been many holes in the delivery system and the quality of service system and the reporting system over the years. And it's time to shore up all that and make sure that we are delivering systems that are catering to the needs of the individuals that use them, not catering to the politics, not catering to the you know, the CEOs or the objectives of the telecom carriers, but to actually provide a quality of service that people can be relying on for emergency. I mean, it boils right down to the lowest common denominator, and that's emergency. And then it grows from there for, you know, just general quality of life. So it's very important that as we move forward, we make sure there aren't any loopholes or, you know, holes in the system where somebody can say, well, you know, we did everything we were required to do, but we don't have to do this 1.5% that, you know, wasn't required, and therefore it leaves these communities out again. So, you know, I just want to focus on those things. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I have a whole lot to add. I think everybody's covered it really well, but just, you know, cell service in our community is paramount for us. A lot of people have transitioned over that because the provider that offers the landline service made a lot of commitments and never came through with a lot of those commitments. And so people started dropping that service because the cell service used to be adequate. And now with the change, it is no longer. So they're stuck with the ability to not make a 911 call. So those issues for us are huge. And if they did want to switch back, it takes a long time for the provider for the landline service to come out and actually hook up that service or make repairs. It seems like that seems to be an issue in our community as well. So looking forward to solutions. I think, again, looking at rural counties differently, some sort of exemption for, you know, having this newer technology, making it so we can still rely a lot upon that technology that may be older but worked in our communities may be an option.
Commissioner Reynolds, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Judge Gorgola. I do have one question. Welcome to hearing feedback from anyone on the panels who might have a perspective, particularly when we're thinking about metrics outside of those that we've historically tracked for GO 133D. Are there some data points or data sources that you could point us to help ensure that any new metrics would reflect what customers are expecting to see in their services, or what they prioritize as good quality communication service? And if there aren't data points that you could point us to, how would you propose that we make sure that we're measuring the right aspects of service to make sure that that customers are getting reliable communication service? And to the extent that there's a difference in your answer depending on which service we're talking about, as well, comparing about that as well.
Your Honor and Commissioner, would it be okay if I answer part or add a little more context to the questions on enforcement and cost discussion before answering the Commissioner's question? From Cal Advocate's perspective, I think that any out-of-the-box solutions on enforcement, and particularly this issue of cost allocation, has to come from a baseline level and understanding that the customers of these essential services are paying on a monthly basis with the expectation of receiving safe and reliable service. And in fact, the companies are meant to be providing safe and reliable service. And so any cost increases to be had need to be understood within that context, that customers are paying for something that they're currently not receiving. And to circle back to the question that Commissioner Reynolds just asked about data points for the specific metrics that are being recommended, there are data points in the record of this proceeding to date that indicate why the proposed metrics are not only relevant to what customers would want, but are also standard industry practices, things that the companies themselves use to understand how their service is performing. And so this idea of new metrics is not to reinvent the wheel in terms of to understand performance, but rather to make the actual performance of the networks more transparent for customers.
Hello, if I may also address an issue of enforcement and then also address the commissioner's question. Itzel Barrio, Small Business Utility Advocates. I think it's really important as we look at, as carriers and providers begin as they begin to improve their services in different communities, particularly those communities that have been historically disenfranchised, it flies in the face of equity for them to require the customers to pay for that, because these are areas that were historically disenfranchised in the first place by the providers. So that's just something I think, as we're thinking outside of the box solutions, to keep that in mind and to not place the burden of disenfranchisement on those communities that were disenfranchised initially. And then in terms of whether we're measuring the right aspects of service, I guess I'm not going to address that directly, but more to say, I think it would be more helpful if we were to disaggregate the data that is being reported so that we could see what areas are actually achieving metrics and which areas are not, which communities are being served, which some communities are not. So I would just encourage the exploration of disaggregating the data so that we can look at that a little more finely. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are a few good metrics. I think one really good one is chronic failure status. For me, I think if a company is in chronic failure status for long enough, the commission ought to consider that service territory unserved by that provider. The other two were actually referenced in the network study, specifically regarding AT&T, basically, and forgive me if I don't get this exactly right, saying that AT&T California was paying more to its parent company than it was bringing in revenue. So sort of this transferring money out of the company, and also was purchasing services from AT&T affiliates in transactions that did not appear to be at arm's length. I think both of those are probably indicators of underinvestment, and also allow providers to say, oh, well, we just don't have the money, we can't afford it, when really they're just sort of doing some creative accounting. So I think all of those could be useful metrics.
Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Lake County. We talked about how the fundament, in a sense, of this whole conversation is reliability of service in an emergency setting. And so I wonder whether, if we're looking at areas to investigate, looking at the level of transparency that's required if there are failures of service in the event of an emergency, and digging into those particular situations, descending into the particular as much as we can so that we can learn and apply those lessons to future opportunities. It seems like that's pretty critical to ensuring that we're learning lessons from the events that transpire so that they don't again.
Matthew Rantanen, Southern California Tribal Chairmans. So I think we need to look at, our mapping and our database of information about tribes specifically. We currently don't have accurate mapping to show who has connectivity or not moving into the broadband phases. I would venture a guess that the copper plain old telephone service is reported from industry, not from the user. CPUC has created the CalSpeed app for broadband, which is very valuable because it gives end user data. It aggregates end user data, which is extremely valuable, but I don't think we have anything that reports plain old telephone service. So as we migrate off of copper on plain old telephone service to voice over IP on, broadband networks or whatever the case, and then moving into cellular, I think we're going to need to be able to aggregate data on voice from the end user perspective. So thank you.
Commissioner, do you have any more questions?
I appreciate all of that feedback, and no further questions from me. Back to you, Judge Bugola.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong, I have one quick question. Just one of the paradigms that we have when we think of outages is we measure it in terms of customer minutes. And there's, depending on which system you're using, there's a specific number that an outage doesn't become an outage until it reaches that threshold. What's the population of Darwin and what's the population of Furnace Creek?
I think in all of Death Valley, we have about 850 people, but in the southern part around Furnace Creek, I think it's about 450.
Okay.
Darwin has about 50 people in it right now, and it sounds like the mine is going to go back into operation, so we should see a population increase as well. So
Okay.
two different population types.
Okay. Okay. So my concern is, would they reach that threshold? And it would take a really long outage for them to do that, I think.
Mhm.
So do we have any questions from online? Okay, so we have no questions in the chat box. Do we have other questions in the room by any chance? No questions, really? And if you could please identify yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, very good. My name is Zev Zankel. I represent Charter in this proceeding. The three entities are Time Warner Cable Information Services, Charter Fiber Link, and also Bright House Networks Information Services. Want to thank Commissioner Houck for hosting this workshop, as well as ALJ Glagol, and thank you to all the local and tribal government and also the panelists. I want to kind of follow up on a question that Commissioner Reynolds had about data points. And from Charter's perspective, we're thinking about this proceeding mostly about VoIP service. And we've heard some of the presenters talk about new metrics that would be imposed on VoIP. And so I want to start just one question for SBUA. You proposed a few different metrics, including, I believe, call completion, call setup, if I'm correct. And you mentioned that those would be extended to VoIP. Are you aware of anything on the record, any data points showing a problem with those issues with respect to VoIP service?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, thank you.
I could briefly respond to that. I think this is, I guess, a false trichotomy here, basically, because there keeps being this distinction between wireless or VoIP or phone service. And what we're really talking about is voice service. We're saying, what quality should someone's voice service have? And I think to say, there's nothing in the record saying you need service quality requirements. Well, there's plenty of data that shows that people are having problems with service quality. I think imposing a technologically neutral set of service quality requirements, and as the Commission has acknowledged, sometimes that requires tweaks per each technology, is absolutely reasonable. I also, for over a decade now, have always been puzzled by the provider's argument that there are no service quality problems, therefore you shouldn't check to see if there are no service quality problems, because if they're meeting the service quality metrics, if they're providing good service, then great, show us that. It's not a punitive measure, this is a consumer protection.
Hi, thank you, Zeb Zankel, and thank you, Mr. Goodman, for your response. Just to clarify, I was just asking if there's a problem about VoIP quality. That was my only question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Regina Costa with TURD. Well, Turn's very concerned about landline. This is a question about wireless. As folks in high fire threat areas, I'm sure you're well aware of new innovations such as the Watch Duty app, which provides people with direct, near instant information from scanner reports about fire conditions or other emergencies. Also Nixle alerts that are received over wireless. And with a wireless phone, you should have the ability to do things like reach a PG&E outage site, or the new commission requirements on network reliability, which says providers should provide information on outage data. Are you in your counties able to use these new applications or new services?
Yeah, so the Watch Duty app was beta tested in Lake County. So we're all on it. We all use it. So what happened yesterday was we got the alert, but we were unable to look for any further data. We were able to just get a single alert in, and that was it. Couldn't figure out what was happening around us, couldn't download the map, couldn't get enough information to find out that I couldn't even evacuate out the route that I had come in. I had to find a different route.
Good morning. This is Tala Sundaresan, Counsel for Comcast. This is a question for Mr. Duffy from Cal Advocates. So in your metrics presentation, you had identified a number of additional proposed metrics and had said that in most cases, communications providers track this information. I'm curious to know what is the basis of that assertion and how many communications companies or what percentage of communications companies track this information?
Thank you for the question. I have to be careful with how I can respond to this particular question, but I will say that Cal Advocates has engaged in discovery process to understand the specific ways that companies are keeping track of their service quality, and that is the basis of that assertion. I'm sorry, if I can just clarify the response to that. So in terms of specific specific percentages, et cetera, I can't respond because that would be confidential information.
Before, we do have a couple questions in the chat right now. Yes, should we take? Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, please, with that gentleman right there, and then we'll.
Hi, my name is Bo Jordan. I'm with Comcast. Mr. Duffy has a follow-up question. Were those metrics that you evaluated, were they as proposed? Meaning specifically, did they meet the definition as proposed?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Yeah, so I believe you said that several VoIP providers or carriers already measure these items. But when we look at the proposal, they're not well defined. So I think my question is, are the carriers measuring them as proposed?
Thank you for the question. I believe in my presentation, I clarified that there's some nuance here because not each of the metrics are collected in the same way or necessarily at the same level of geographic specificity by each of the providers. And so because of that, they don't apply in this sense that you're describing of as proposed, universally speaking. However, in terms of and again, being careful not to disclose here, in terms of the information that we've been able to review, there is a very clear indication of the types of data points that are being collected. And those are pretty consistent across all of the companies.
Thank you. And then I have one more question. This question is for Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin, I believe in your presentation, you said that for call quality metrics, it should include testing for individuals who use voice service to communicate but have some degree of hearing impairment. Can you expand on what you mean by testing?
certainly, as I understand the testing process, they take a sort of voice recording, then replicate the conditions on someone's network, and then sort of test the quality of that call as it comes out the other end. So yeah, that's the testing process as I understand it. And really what is important is, I think, saying, okay, is that what comes out at the end of the testing is someone who has some level of hearing impairment, or say has a hearing impairment that makes them difficult to hear in a crowded room, say in an evacuation type situation. Like, what score do we need to guarantee that that person's going to be able to hear their phone call?
Judge, I can't see the questions in my chat box.
You're not. So maybe they're on a different. Okay. So one is a comment, and it's from Michael Key. We are in Springfield, I believe. I'm struggling to see the.
Yeah, there was another question before that too.
Okay.
There's a couple questions in this chat or in.
Victor, are you seeing it?
Well, at this time, are there more questions from the audience here while we try to figure this out? There's a question in the back. I'm gonna hand this mic over first.
Hi, Margaret Tobias for Cox. And I had a question about, and I'm not sure if it's Cal Advocates or the Joint Consumers, about the adjusted reporting on the adjusted data. And I feel like this is like a true in the weeds workshop question. But is your proposal just to eliminate Sundays and holidays, or is the proposal to eliminate all events that are beyond the carrier's control, which is the existing language in GO 133D?
So I think absolutely Sundays and holidays. My struggle with events beyond the provider's control are that there are some natural disasters that may not be predictable. We may not be able to say, on this day, there's going to be an earthquake, or on this day, there might be a fire. But certainly providers can prepare for that. And I think one of the flaws of the current metrics is they sort of give this store out. So you companies may not harden their systems because they go, oh, it's a natural disaster caused it. We don't have to worry about it. At the same time, I acknowledge that there are wildfires that I think no amount of hardening could save the infrastructure in those. So I think it's a difficult question, but for me, it's levels of, hey, how prepared does the infrastructure have to be for what are maybe not specifically predictable events, but that we know they're going to happen and we know what their severity is going to be.
I didn't know if Mr. Duffy was going to respond. It just seems certainly.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did not comment on that.
Okay.
In my presentation.
It certainly seems like events beyond a carrier's control. Even if we know a storm is coming, that doesn't mean that we can completely prepare, and we know the strength of the storm. So I would just say that it seems like events beyond the carrier's control needs to be maintained as part of the existing GO.
Okay, next, we could go to the questions that are on the chat. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just had a quick comment in response. I think one thing that might be helpful on the ground out on the URAC reservation is if carriers were to assess what's happening before an incoming storm, because often we get these regular occurrences of storms, fires, et cetera, and then when we go to address some long-standing service issues, the excuse is, oh, well, there was that storm 2 weeks ago. But the reality on the ground is there was actually a pre-existing condition. And so maybe there's some way for carriers to do assessments to actually assess what the impact of the storm is and what pre-existing problems were already there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I consistently have a problem with one of the sites where there's cell towers where the forest around the sites have completely burned and there's been no vegetation management. There's still standing dead trees all around the tower. They've fallen and knocked the fence down. There's vegetation growing up inside the perimeter fence. And so you've got to have strong vegetation management to protect all that critical infrastructure. And those are the things that you can do before events.
Okay, next, can you guys hear me? We do have a comments in the chat room. I'm gonna speak to Michael G's as a three-parted one. He mentioned that what can be done to get our service back to 2017 quality. He's in Springfield and they have almost no signal. Only service is through Wi-Fi. We have had fires that has not out their Wi-Fi at that point, and we have no service at all. It's an AT&T tower. I've called everyone and all we get is excuses. Furthermore, he went down and mentioned that they are a town of about 1,000 and we have a few evacuation orders since 2017, but we're unable to find any information. There are only 2 ways in and out in case of emergency. Sometimes we can't even call for sheriff or fire. Joe, can you scroll down a little bit, or is pretty much that's it? Okay. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to finish Michael G's first. Okay. We're in the foothills east of Porterville. Can you just keep scrolling? And they had no service during the flooding this winter. So this is a comment from Michael G. I'm gonna scroll back to the top. Joe, if you can. There's a question from Shauna Eglin. Are there presently any mechanism for consumers to log VoIP specific service quality concerns, or is the question circular? There's no evidence of service quality issues because there's not a mechanism for collecting that evidence. So the first part of that seems more of an information. And then the second question, we might have to table that again in the afternoon for the carriers panel.
Apologies. Is it okay for me to respond to part of the question? Yeah. With regards to the idea of mechanisms for consumers to log VoIP specific service quality concerns, I don't want to speak for the commission, but there are methods in this proceeding to log any concerns that consumers may have, including VoIP specific, and we can certainly be available via email. My email is lucas.duffy@cpuc.ca.gov, and I'd be happy to point you in the direction of the Public Advisor's Office, who can help you get connected, as well as the Consumer Affairs Branch. Thank you.
I will also say that anecdotally, a logging complaint about VoIP service with the Public Advisor's Office often depends on who answers the phone. It's definitely been better in recent years than it was past, because I remember a decade ago, you pretty much got, we don't deal with VoIP service. Thank you very much. But I don't know how consistent that collection is right now.
Does anyone want to respond to Michael G's concern earlier about?
I'll just say this sounds exactly like one of my thousands of constituents.
So this is a question I think about a lot. And honestly, I think the final answer is going to be communities are going to have to build their own infrastructure. It's unfortunate, but I think the only way to guarantee service quality is going to be that, which works wonderfully well when you do it, but it is quite a lift. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't have a more cheerful answer than that.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm certainly not a representative of the wireless companies, so I can't respond very meaningfully to this question. But the definite goal here is to at least establish a baseline for which customers can transparently see what is going on with the underlying networks that they're on, so that they can understand, hey, is this a service that I can rely on in an emergency situation in my daily life for my livelihood, or is this something that I shouldn't even be paying for? And it's an unfortunate reality that consumers are going to have to be confronted with making a choice like that. But at the same time, they need to be able to make that choice, and they can't simply pay out of their pockets for something that is not is an undelivered promise, essentially. And so that's the only way I can respond to Michael G's question.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. All of our panelists. We are at the noon hour, so it's probably time for a lunch break. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock, and that's when our carriers will begin their panel presentations. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, for coming back. Thanks, Joe. So thanks, everyone, for coming back. We're now going to hear our carrier panel presentations on metrics, and the specific panelists that we are going to hear from are Joshua Matheson, representing AT&T. Is Mr. Matheson here? Fantastic. And remotely, we have Aubrey Shaw, representing Frontier. Is Ms. Shaw present?
Sir, Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw, I'm very sorry.
No problem.
We also have Mark Settle present. Fantastic. And we have Bo Jordan present. Fantastic. So that's actually the order we're also going to go in for our presentations. And so without further ado, do we have Mr. Matheson? Ready. Fantastic. So if you're ready, Mr. Matheson, we can start.
Right. Hello, my name is Josh Matheson. I've worked here in Sacramento at AT&T for 24 years. 20 of those years were spent repairing and designing our wireline network. I've worked as an outside plant engineer and also in a repair call center. I have experience working with and understanding our customers and what they want and need. And first, I want to thank Commissioner Houck and Judge Glagola and all the staff that put together this in-person workshop. I know that takes a lot of time and coordination, and I appreciate that we could all be together to share our perspectives. I also want to address something that came up earlier today, and that is the idea that investments are made based on demographics or some other reason, and we filed data with regarding this at the FCC, and we're happy to follow up after that. But the allegations just aren't they don't show up in the numbers. So we are committed to bridging that digital divide, and those sorts of statistics don't make it into our analysis and how we do our investment or how we do repairs. But today I wanted to address the current and proposed service quality metrics for plain old telephone service, or POTS, from the ALJ's August 21st ruling. I want to take some time to address each of the three metrics that apply to the POTS service. And the main takeaway is that AT&T's POTS customers are provided a high quality of service. Next slide, please. I believe that the trouble report metric is the most important to our customers in terms of service quality, because it demonstrates the number of customers that don't have to call in a trouble report. It demonstrates that those customers don't need to call in a trouble report, don't need to wait for a technician. And AT&T has met the statewide standard every month but two since the inception of the monitoring reports in 1990. That's 99.4% success rate over 3 decades. AT&T's results for this standard demonstrate that AT&T's network provides a high quality of customer service because we are meeting this metric. The answer time metric measures the number of callers who reach a live agent within 60 seconds. AT&T has met the answer time metric 34 times in the last 3 years, a success rate of over 94%. This means that customers do not need to wait for a long time to reach one of our customer service reps. Again, the results for this metric demonstrate that AT&T is providing a high quality service because we're meeting this metric. Next slide, please. The third metric applicable to POTS is the out of service less than 24 hours metric. We've consistently stated that this is a flawed metric. It is unrealistic and does not measure the results that are most important to our customers. What is most important to our customers are the reliability of the service, which is measured in the trouble reports metric, and that when we say a technician is going to arrive, that they arrive at that time. To put this in perspective, the number of customers affected by this metric is very small. Only about 6% of households in AT&T California's footprint have POTS service. And of those 6% of households, an average of only about 0.7% of those customers experience an outage report lasting more than 24 hours each month. And I want to emphasize that again. An average of only about 0.7% of our customers with a POTS line experienced an outage lasting more than 24 hours. Despite that small number, we are not meeting this metric. If that sounds odd to you, it's because the out of service metric is flawed. Next slide, please. The fact is, this metric is also unrealistic for carriers who serve large service territories, particularly when those territories include less densely populated areas like AT&T's does. AT&T's technicians service customers spread out across all corners of California. We're serving fewer and fewer customers who are choosing POTS service. And the technicians that maintain this network are specialized. As fewer Californians choose this service, these technicians are driving longer and longer distances to reach trouble locations. In the past, a technician may have worked an entire shift in the same neighborhood. When my father-in-law, Rick, was a splicing technician for Pacific Bell, he would spend every shift in the same Berkeley neighborhoods because there were so many people that were ordering new POTS service or needing repairs. Now a technician may drive over an hour to in between repair calls. In this environment, the metric does not properly measure service quality and should be eliminated. Next slide, please. Next, the ruling proposed 3 new metrics to apply to POTS service. AT&T California does not think that these metrics are feasible for POTS. Further, they seem to be an attempt to measure things that are already captured in the trouble report metric, which captures both out of service and other trouble reports. Additionally, current outage reporting requirements by the FCC and Cal OES identify significant problems that may affect the network. So the first proposal, network availability, because of how old copper technology works, there's no way for POTS providers to know if customers' lines are working at a granular level unless they call in a trouble report. The POTS network is effective at providing voice service, but it is not an advanced network that can monitor things like network availability. Because of that limitation, network availability can't be calculated in the way it's defined. While we can monitor various individual pieces of equipment, this does not measure the availability of service at each and every customer's home. However, this monitoring does allow us to do outage reporting to CPUC, FCC, and Cal OES. This proposal appears to be redundant to the existing trouble reporting requirements in GO 133. Next slide, please. Next is the call drop rate. Drop POTS calls are not measured. POTS service is a very basic service. You know, I'm going to kind of date myself, but the basic phone handset that you take on and off of hook is basically opening and closing an electrical loop. And so troubles that may appear on a line that would cause a drop call to our switch may just look like somebody hung up their phone. The POTS network is effective at providing those voice services, but it's not an advanced network that can monitor things like network availability or drop calls. Next slide, please. Finally, the proposed measure call quality using the mean opinion score, MOS. AT&T does have experience with this test. Typically, there are two parts to the test. I think of them as the quantitative and qualitative portions of the test, and either test requires an end-to-end call, which creates a few problems. So first, table 2 of the document, which was referenced in attachment A, indicated that the test is known to provide inaccurate predictions with in-service, non-intrusive measurement devices. The test cannot be performed across an entire network. The test is done on specific lines end-to-end. Second, the test measures the results on both ends of the call, meaning that it tests the local network of point A and also local network of point B of the call, which may have different carriers switching local loop, handset, or equipment. And then if one end is a VoIP or a wireless call, then you're also measuring those networks. Third, and I think most importantly, is that the MOS test is really intended to identify issues that occur in networks other than the POTS network, including effects like time warping or packet loss. Based on the information that I have, I'm going to assume that 6% of you have POTS lines, so you may not be aware that these types of issues like packet loss don't usually affect POTS calls. These lines are good at voice calls. However, they are simple networks that have been in place for 100 years and do not have the ability to provide the same advanced analytics as more modern services. Because the results of MOS testing cannot evaluate a POTS carrier, it should not be adopted. Next slide, please. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss these issues around quality communication service. Overall, the message that I want to convey to you is that our customers are rarely out of service, and this isn't simply because we have to comply with GO 133. AT&T cares about our network because we care about our customers. The reliability of AT&T's network means that AT&T provides high quality service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Do we have Mr. Shaw's? And we have your this proposal now? Presentation? Can you just give us 1 second, Mr. Shaw? We will have your presentation up. There it is. We're ready when you are.
All right. Thank you, sir. So my name is Aubrey Shaw. I'm from Frontier Communications, and I'm going to be also talking about some of the service metrics or the newly proposed service metrics from the attachment A of the ALJ order ruling. Next slide, please. So first of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about Frontier's network monitoring and reporting, starting with NORS reports. NORS standing for Network Outage Reporting System, as part of the FCC's reporting process. Frontier currently reports all major service interruptions that occur impacting the Frontier network and our customers as defined by the NORS reporting requirements. And I believe that would it be a POTS outage of at least 30 minutes duration that potentially affects at least 900,000 user minutes. Additionally, community isolation reports. These are submitted to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. These would be outages that limit a telecommunications service provider's end users' ability to make a 911 call or to receive emergency notifications. Reporting is required for all wireline providers for an outage that lasts at least 30 minutes and potentially affects either at least 100 end users in a single zip code or 50% of the end users in a zip code. Next, our Network Operations Center. Frontier's 24/7 by 365 Network Operations Center surveils the Frontier network via event notifications that indicate adverse conditions within the network. These events are ingested through a fault management system, and then they're presented to a resource, either automation or a human, to identify and apply the best path to resolution. And finally, NMARS. NMARS is Frontier's network monitoring, analysis, and reporting system. This provides traffic capacity reports that measure call volumes across all of our internal and external network interconnections that we have in our network. This system is used by traffic engineers primarily to identify capacity concerns that they see and concerns that may exist on the network, trunking interconnections that may require an augment where we need to add some additional trunking to make sure all the calls are passing. Next slide, please. So these are the three of the proposed new network metrics. And again, these are specifically for the POTS network. So I'll be talking specifically regarding how these impact and track on the POTS network. Next slide, please. So network availability. This metric measures the percentage of time that the network is available for use by our customers. Frontier evaluates our network as a whole to compile the network availability measurement. This incorporates our overall network and not just portions of the network, and a combination of all of our product sets, which would include, among other products, broadband, DSL, dedicated internet, and our voice services. And this would apply for both residential and business customers. The network availability metric as compiled today, it pulls in more than just the POTS network. Like I said, it would include the network availability for our full copper network, which would include all of the products that we serve over our copper network, which would include, like I said, internet, DSL, TDM business customers, most of which are not POTS customers. And for these reasons, we're not able to get a granular enough measurement of just the POTS network. And because of this, we wouldn't be able to measure network availability specifically just for the POTS network. Next slide, please. So call drop rate. So this metric measures the amount of prematurely terminated calls on a telephone network. Call drop rate is not a practical standard, we feel, for a POTS network because the metric cannot be compiled unless a customer actually reports an issue where they've experienced a drop call. It's also not possible to track the cause of a dropped call on the POTS network, since this technology, as Josh mentioned, it's not an intelligent network, a POTS network. There's not a lot of telemetry data other than on-hook and off-hook conditions, so the cause of a drop call cannot be determined. So if the data is not available in the call stream to determine the cause of the dropped call, it's difficult to create a metric with this information. And next slide, please. Call quality determined by mean opinion score or MOS value. The mean opinion score, MOS, is a commonly used measure of human judged evaluation of video, audio, and audiovisual experience. Unlike MOS that's used, unlike the MOS value for voice over IP services, which is derived from R factor data, which is compiled by the intelligence of the IP network, call quality for a POTS is subjective, and it's a subjective human measurement to interpret the quality of a call. That's how they score the MOS on a POTS network. Measuring the mean opinion score for an analog service, and because it requires a human score, it cannot be feasibly supported at a large enough sample size. And this completes my presentation regarding these metrics. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Wanted to, excuse me, wanted to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm appearing here on behalf of CTIA. I am an engineer with 30 plus years in the wireless communications field, including almost a decade with the FCC's Office of Engineering and Technology. Next slide, please. The bottom line for all of the wireless metrics that can be used to measure and rate the wireless network performance comes down to how much radio frequency energy the carrier is able to deliver to the customer. Next slide, please. And the proposed metrics would dictate how the providers have to build and operate the network. There's inherent variability within the network that is outside the control of the service provider, and that these proposed metrics don't consider. Next slide, please. The negative impacts to the proposed metrics would be felt hardest and soonest at cell and network edges, meaning those locations where you might have just one bar of signal. And it'll also be felt by consumers that use lower performing handsets. Often these are lower cost handsets. So these are things that, again, are outside the control of the network operator. And carriers would likely avoid providing services in some of the marginal areas or to those marginal handsets if they're going to be penalized for not meeting the metrics in those situations. The proposed metrics could also impede operators from meeting other obligations, such as wireless priority service or prioritization of public safety communications during emergencies. Next slide, please. The FCC already has a comprehensive set of rules for use of radio spectrum by wireless providers. These include rules related to service areas and coverage, signal strength requirements, maximum power, antenna height, and maximum emission limits to prevent harmful interference with other users. There may be situations where it is impossible to comply with both the proposed metrics and with the FCC requirements. Next slide. Finally, network performance is impacted by a number of factors that are totally outside the control of the network operator. These include, as I mentioned earlier, the consumer's choice of handset, network loading, the physical characteristics that impact radio signal propagation, including man-made obstructions like going indoors or into an elevator, terrain, as well as weather. So thank you for allowing me to present today. That's all I had. I just wanted to note that again, the real bottom line about how to measure a network's ability to perform is going to be based on how much power can be delivered. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bo Jordan, Senior Director of Compliance with Comcast. In my position, I oversee compliance for our VoIP services and previously served as an engineering leader in Comcast voice product engineering team. I'd like to start by thanking Commissioner Halk for clarifying the focus of this phase is on voice services, and that's what I'm here to talk about today on behalf of the VoIP industry. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Cal Broadband. I consulted with my colleagues at other cable VoIP providers prior to today. However, I'm unfamiliar with the intricacies of each provider's VoIP network, therefore can only speak to Comcast's network. Next slide, please. I'd like to start out by noting that the networks of Cal Broadband members deliver reliable, high-quality voice services. From a technical and operationals perspective, there is no need to impose service quality regulations on VoIP providers. Cable VoIP providers, subject matter experts evaluated the proposed VoIP service metrics identified in the ruling to the best of our ability based on the limited information and support for the metrics identified in the ALJ ruling and the time afforded to prepare. It is unclear what specific problems each proposal is trying to solve for, and we've concluded that the cable VoIP industry either does not track the metrics proposed for VoIP service or does not measure the metrics in the way suggested in Attachment A to the ruling. And even where related data is tracked, it would not be appropriate to use these metrics to evaluate service quality for VoIP providers. Next slide, please. Assessing the 6 proposed metrics identified in the ALJ ruling, we determined a number of the proposed metrics are not suited for comparison across technologies. They appear to be designed for assessing wireless or TDM networks and are not compatible with and should not be applied to VoIP services. Additionally, they are not well-defined and therefore immeasurable. They are not relative in a nationwide managed VoIP PS network or packet switch network. And many of these measures would be affected by issues outside the control of the VoIP providers, including problems in other carriers' networks. In the remaining time allotted, I will attempt to walk through each metric and offer as many examples as possible of the disconnects between the proposed measurements and standards with the customer experience and wireline VoIP providers' network operations. However, an actual open discussion without such severe time limitations would be much more fruitful. Next slide, please. The first proposed call quality metric, mean opinion score, or MOS, is a subjective metric for calculating the call quality. And while several attempts have been made to standardize the measurement based on weighted statistics, there is not a consistent way to measure it uniformly across all networks and technologies. Next slide, please. MOS is typically calculated at a network level, derived from multiple samples and not a per customer or per call metric. The score, 1 to 5, is dependent on a number of technology and protocol factors, including the codec, which is a compression technology used to transmit calls more effectively or efficiently. And different carriers will therefore calculate this measurement differently. The measurement may be used as a directional indicator to assess overall call quality for calls that do not leave the carrier's network, but would be relatively ineffective for calls that do have to leave the network. And for calls that leave the carrier's network, either to the public switch telephone network or another packet switch network, the call is transcoded into different codecs and therefore affects our ability to measure the MOS. Next slide, please. Proposed network availability. The concept of network availability is more appropriately addresses POTS providers that operate TDM networks because they rely on local switches to maintain network availability for use by customers. If the local switch is down, the customer service in that area is down. That is not the case for Cal Broadband members' nationwide networks, which do not rely on local switches and therefore would need to identify different network elements with different characteristics than a legacy local switch network by which to measure. To the extent that more details are provided regarding the application of this metric to a VoIP network, Cal Broadband looks forward to assessing the feasibility of the consumer advocate proposal, the standard and relationship between them, and VoIP service quality. Next slide, please. Call completion rate metric. The proposed call completion rate metric and thresholds are not an industry standard metric, and it's highly susceptible to issues on other carriers' networks. Without further definition, originating service providers, VoIP, wireline, and wireless alike would be penalized for issues that may arise on the other carrier's network or the terminating network. Next slide, please. In this particular measurement, it is unclear what calls would be measured. Is it inbound or outbound? And it ignores consumer and far-end network behavior, such as user busy signals or calls to disconnected telephone numbers. Next slide, please. Call setup time. Like the proposed call completion metric, call setup time is largely dependent on the far-end network. And unless the call originates and terminates on the same network, it'd be difficult to measure this. Factors outside of the control of the originating provider's network should not be counted against the originating provider. Therefore, it's not appropriate to measure this metric for originating VoIP providers unless it can be isolated and only measure items specifically within control of that provider or the originating provider. Next slide, please. Call failure rate. Call failure rate as proposed is not a standard VoIP network measurement and would require further definition in order to comment. Next slide, please. Next metric was the call drop rate metric. Like the proposed call failure rate metric, call drop rate is not a standard VoIP industry metric. Since our networks are not susceptible to drop calls outside of a catastrophic network failures or issues outside of our control, therefore should not be measured. Next slide, please. So in conclusion of this presentation, there's two key takeaways I would like to propose. These metrics, or the proposed metrics, require significant definition before carriers can factually comment on feasibility and usefulness of the metrics to evaluate service call quality. It would be inappropriate to hold VoIP providers accountable for failures wholly outside of their control, and any metric that does not eliminate third-party failures or issues outside of the VoIP provider's control would not be appropriate. We would welcome a chance to sit down and further discuss all the various proposals in more detail with stakeholders as time allows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can move on to the next panel presentations, which is, these are also by carriers, but in this case, it's enforcement. And we have Scott Pearsons from AT&T. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. And we have Jenny Smith from Frontier. Do we have? I'm sorry, I have the reading glasses on, so I can't see. But is Jenny Smith from Frontier here? Awesome, thank you. And Benjamin Aaron from representing CTIA. And Mr. Norman, I need to apologize. Can you pronounce your name one more time?
Not a problem at all. Janus?
Janus.
Long
A. Yeah,
not a problem at all.
Yeah, we just met too. So that's yeah, my mistake there. So the order I just read is the order that we have the presentations available. Do we have Mr. Pearson's available?
Okay.
Mr. Pearson, if you're ready, we are ready.
Okay. Well, first off, I wanted to thank the commission. Again, it's kind of become a broken record, but thank you for putting this together. I think it's been very helpful. So good afternoon. I'm Scott Pearsons. I'm a regulatory manager with AT&T. I'm located in San Ramon, California, and have been with AT&T for over 37 years. Next slide, please. AT&T California has invested over $8.6 billion in its California network just over the past few years alone. It's placed over 10 million miles of fiber across the state, and as the end of 2022, nearly 3 million locations have access to AT&T fiber. All of this has been done not only to help close the digital divide, but to also meet increasing customer demands for higher speeds, better coverage, more choice, new features, and higher quality of service. If we don't meet these demands, someone else will, and in turn, we won't be able to recover our investment. This is competition. With such healthy competition, there's clearly no need for regulation on service quality. Next slide, please. And this conclusion is supported by the record. Of the 57 million working lines across POTS, wireless, and VoIP, less than 600, or 0.001%, had outage complaints, and even less had call quality complaints. 0.003% had negative written service quality comments as of June, and 0.0002% had negative oral comments from the public participation hearings. While AT&T takes every complaint seriously, such a small number of complaints can't become the basis for the need for service quality regulation. But even with this backdrop, that regulation is not necessary in light of robust competition, even with my limited time, I did want to take a few minutes to comment on a few of staff's enforcement proposals included attachment B. And don't take my silence on the other enforcement proposals as an endorsement, but just the opposite. Today, when AT&T reports its results for the current metrics, the Commission currently allows AT&T to make adjustments to capture events that are outside of AT&T's control. This includes, but not limited to, natural disasters, scheduling for Sundays and holidays, and customer convenience. So next slide, please. So let me explain a little bit more detail. Anybody that's lived in California the past few years knows the kind of extreme weather events that we have experienced, including devastating wildfires, atmospheric rivers which dumped torrential rains, winter storms that flooded roads and homes and leaving millions of Californians without power, and most recently, Hurricane Hilary. AT&T must be able to continue to adjust its results to reflect these catastrophic events. I know there was some discussion about Sundays and holidays, but still there is a challenge in scheduling our union employees to work Sundays and holidays. And that adjustment we still need to be able to take advantage of that. And then finally, customer convenience. And what I mean by that is when AT&T, if a customer has a trouble, AT&T assigns them a specific call or a specific time when a repair technician can come and fix the problem. If the customer, though, says, gee, I'm not available Monday, but maybe I'm available Wednesday, that's more convenient for me, and suddenly now it's outside that 24-hour window, AT&T must be able to adjust the results to reflect that. Thus, it's critical that AT&T continue to be allowed to adjust our results to reflect events outside of our control. Next slide, please. And finally, it just makes common sense to continue to allow AT&T to improve its network by investing in it in lieu of fines. AT&T targets areas with high percentages of outages and uses the investment to augment the network in that targeted area to decrease future outages. AT&T, after CPUC review and resolution, including the most recent one approved for Comchi area, has successfully used this option 3 separate times to improve local networks, thus reducing trouble tickets. So in summary, competition, not regulation, leads to better quality of service. We recommend that all enforcement proposals in attachment B be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Ms. Smith? Smith, we're ready to go when you are.
Evident. Foster network investment and innovation. As the industry has commented throughout this proceeding, a vigorous competitive marketplace for intermodal services supports less penalties rather than drastic increased penalties sought by some groups. Example, Cal Advocates' proposal to increase penalties up to the maximum of $100,000 a day based on a proposed tier factor has not been explained, and the structure of those penalties has not been explained. It appears the goal is to just increase penalties. This mindset is inconsistent with the Commission's history and the current penalty framework. The $750,000 base monthly fine for out-of-service repair intervals that we have today was established in 2016 based on access line counts of approximately 4 million from the IRF ILEX. Access line counts have decreased considerably since the adoption of GO 193D or 133D. Customers continue to move away from TDM POT service, yet we still operate under the access line count from 2016.
The proposal by Cal advocates and others would result in excessive penalties that would impair a carrier's ability to make needed investment in existing plant, derail innovation and modernization, which only increase competition and quality services provided. Next slide, please. Industry comments and prior commission findings have demonstrated the investment option is vital for the public interest by directing money towards network improvements rather than the general fund. Monies paid to the general fund have no nexus to improving service quality. A carrier should have the opportunity to remedy the underlying causes of out-of-service events by investing in their network. Since May of 2021, Frontier has invested in incremental enhanced service quality specific enhancements in the amount of $245 million. Those are above and beyond any network modernization or anything like that. Those are just for service quality enhancements. Next slide, please. It has been noted that investment in lieu of fines lacks oversight and is ineffective. Today's current state of investment in lieu of fines requires a carrier to demonstrate that a service quality investment project is an incremental expenditure and an investment above and beyond the normal budget for, say, construction or increased staffing. A carrier is required to provide financials to support the incremental spend of a project. If the commission believes a carrier has not met the burden, additional information can be requested, and the staff can choose not to approve the proposed investment. CD staff today can also continue to request reports upon completion, and they do that, and we provide those. Next slide, please. A grace period is reasonable and should be maintained. This has been a big conversation today in this room. Carriers should not be subject to penalties outside of their control, such as wildfires and severe weather storms. These events impact our ability to maintain and restore service quickly. Many times, access is denied by emergency services, and waiting out a flooded area or a raging fire is necessary to keep our team safe and to keep those first responders safe. I can provide many examples in the recent years that Frontier has been faced with catastrophic events. This year alone, 40 plus different state of emergencies for the atmospheric storms, Hurricane Hillary, but most notably for me and my 27 years at Frontier has been the Dixie Fire that affected a lot of our small communities in Northern California. That happened over 2 years ago. And we are still working through getting our network back up. And it's not because we have not been trying. Example, the U.S. Forest Service permits that we have been waiting over 1.5 years for finally were approved this last April, with conditions that we had to wait past September 15th for spotted owl and goshawks to no longer be nesting in the area. If we had been subject to the penalties that are being asked today, where there is no waiver for these catastrophic events, that fine would be close to $1 billion. And on an even simpler note, as it's been mentioned, customers often choose different days beyond the 24-hour period because the next day is just not convenient. We should not be penalized for a customer's own scheduling needs. Conclusion, investment increases service quality. Competition increases service quality. Excessive penalties to California's general fund do nothing to help the customers or improve service quality.
Thank you.
I'm done. Sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you. Do we have Mr. Aaron's presentation ready? Yeah. Ready to go? Mr. Aaron, we're ready to go when you are.
Great, thank you. Appreciate you having us here. My thanks to Commissioner Houck, ALJ Glagola for putting this together. It's very helpful for us to hear from especially the tribal and local communities with some of their concerns. I hope we'll have a chance to engage with them later on during the Q&A. I think that some of the issues they raised are in the wrong docket. I think that these are legitimate concerns that they've expressed, and I'd like to engage with them, but I think there are more productive ways to do that, and there are dockets that are designed for that. Unfortunately, for most of what they described on the wireless side, this is the wrong docket. If we can go to the next slide, but I want to talk about enforcement mechanisms. Obviously, we're here to talk about that. You heard from all of the co-panelists so far that these are really poorly designed enforcement mechanisms that are not going to work, that might have unintended consequences for consumers that are really bad outcomes. But we do want to talk about what is working. We don't want to leave the impression that there is no pressure on us. We don't want to leave the impression that we are unregulated. You heard today from CTIA's earlier panelists that there is a panoply of federal regulations that apply here and to which we are absolutely required to conform. Our networks are not designed simply because we want to design them in one way or another. They're often designed because there are limits to the way we design them, informed both by engineering and the FCC's preeminent regulation. But the biggest force, I think, that we can talk about, and the most powerful force, is the market itself. And it is a market that's delivering victories for consumers left and right, both here in California and across the nation. And I think that we absolutely need to embrace what the market is delivering. We need to look at it. We need to make sure that the activity in this docket does nothing more than foster these benefits that we've delivered to consumers and perhaps help us refine the services that we're delivering to other consumers. We start out by just talking about competition, by literally talking about competition, literally. We have in the nation today 94.5% of Americans that have access to 3 4G LTE providers, facilities-based. If you pay attention to the record in this docket in California, there are 99.82, if I got the number right, percent of Californians that have access to at least 2 4G LTE providers. So competition in our industry is ruthless. And we're not only competing with each other on a facilities basis, but there are MVNOs, that is a mobile virtual network operator, that buy capacity on our network to deliver service. So we're competing with facilities-based providers. We're competing with non-facilities-based providers to provide service. And as you can see, consumers have a lot of choices. And that's just 4G LTE. We recently launched about 4, maybe 5 years ago, launched our 5th generation of networks, the 5G network. And as of year-end 2021, we were already up to 97.7% of all Americans with access to a facilities-based 5G carrier. And 58% of Americans, again, that's 2021, so we're considerably past that. It's based on an FCC map. That map wasn't updated in time for us to get it into these slides, but that number would have grown. So next slide. When you have that kind of coverage, when you have that kind of ubiquitous coverage around the country and here in California, what you get is massive usage. And we see that there are 523 million customers on the network and devices on the network, wireless devices. And of that, we have 307 million smartphones. But what might be most interesting for this discussion here is what's at the bottom of the slide, and that is 205 million data-only devices. The reason that that is interesting is because we are at our core an innovation platform. The wireless network is an innovation platform. And what you see in that number there are innovations that have taken place because we've launched this. You heard earlier today that people were out in Lake County in a very remote area and they were getting alerts. That doesn't happen without our network. The types of alerts that they're describing are innovations that have been developed because there's connectivity and access. This is a win. This is a win and we need to embrace it. In a healthy competitive market, you're going to expect to see innovation. It's occurring. We have things that are immediately impacting consumers, like the alerts that they're receiving, smartwatches they wear, tablets and computers that can travel around the country with them, asset tracking devices and fleet management devices that help drive down costs for consumers, precision agriculture devices that help farmers use less water to grow more crops. These are all innovations. They're all happening because we have an incredibly competitive market and we've provided a network on which people can innovate. Next slide. When we have that kind of ubiquitous access, when we are offering the ability to connect to the network to so many people, what you see is data growth, and it's exploding. It grew 20, I can't get my mind around the number. It is 20 trillion megabits of data year over year increase. So we're up to 73.7 trillion. I think it's enough zeros that if you started counting when you were born, you wouldn't get done when you die, but leave that to a better mathematician than I. Incredible usage of the network. The volume of usage is just ever increasing, and we're happy to meet that demand. And that's also a win for consumers. Next slide. What we do to meet that demand, how do we get there? Well, we build, we build, we build, we build. We deploy and deploy and deploy. Toward the end of the 4G network, it's the first number you're seeing on the left. That is 42,000, just shy of 42,000 sites deployed toward the end of the 4G network. Deployment. And then once we introduce the 5G network, you see an explosive growth in sites nationwide, and that's almost 70,000 sites. So in a 6-year span, we deployed over 111,000 cell sites. All of that to meet consumer demands, to find them where they are, to offer them coverage and capacity that they need, and that we need to provide them so that they maintain service with their carrier. Their carriers are terribly, like I said, terribly worried about losing them to another carrier. Competition breeds this. It breeds that deployment. When you deploy that way, what do you get? You get incredible speed increases. Customers in 2020, just 3 years ago, were getting 44 megabits per second mean download. It more than tripled in a 2-year span. And that's a lot of that is attributable to the 5G network. All of it is attributable to our investment. All of it is attributable to our deployment. 151 megabits mean download speed. It's an incredible benefit to consumers. Next slide. All of that doesn't happen unless we're investing. And we were incredibly proud of our members in 2021 when they invested $35 billion to achieve that speed, to achieve that deployment, to reach customers, to allow innovation. 35 billion, all-time record for our industry. And they did nothing more than exceed it by 12% year over year to a $39 billion investment in 2022. Our members are not skimping on getting their networks built. Our members are trying to get better speeds, trying to get better coverage, trying to reach customers, trying to attract customers to their networks. They do that by spending, and they're spending numbers that are, again, probably couldn't count that high. If you started when you were born, you wouldn't probably finish when you die. Next slide. Here we're looking at, again, innovation. And this is another facet of competition. We've deployed so many cell sites. We've deployed such magnificent world-class networks that we're able to actually offer a fixed product in-home for consumers. And that is a broadband product. In 2022, 90% of the customers that signed up for new service signed up for wireless, fixed wireless access, 5G home broadband. They loved it. 90% of that 90% indicated when polled that they loved their service. Wireless is winning. We're not only competing with each other, all of those facilities-based carriers, all of those MVNOs, but we're competing with the landline carriers that are at this table. We're trying to steal their customers as well. So it's not just the in-family fight. Now it's down to the further out relatives. Next slide, please. You would expect in a healthy market that prices would not increase, right? Could not increase, or at least would be tamed upon increase. In our market, we looked at the worst of times. We wanted to see how the price was doing in the worst of times. And what you're looking at here is a 3-year look at the economy from mid-2020, so basically beginning of COVID, to mid-year this year. What did we find? Gasoline was up almost 65%. Electricity was up almost 25%. Automobiles and food were up almost over 20%. Wireless service, it didn't go up. It went down. The price for a smartphone went down over 46%. The price of our service went down 1.3%. Across the entire economy, 73% of all goods and services tracked went up. Wireless went down. It went down because of competition, and it went down because we know our customers and we were trying to serve them during the worst of times. Next slide, please. So who's winning? Customers are winning. The competitive market is delivering the benefits that they want. They're winning on speed. Our customers are enjoying network speeds that are 117 times greater than they were in 2010. They're winning on deployments, coverage, capacity. 64% more deployments, deployed cell sites today than in 2020. They're winning on price. Price of an unlimited plan is 40% less expensive today than it was in 2020, and somewhat mind-bogglingly, the price of a megabit of data is 99% less today than it was in 2020. That's competition. That's what it looks like on paper. That's what it looks like in the real world. Next slide, please. So what are we asking? What are we asking? At core, we are asking you to let competition work. These are benefits for consumers. It's undeniable. They have an insatiable demand for our service, and we have an insatiable demand to give it to them. That's what it looks like when those two meet. You see that level of deployment, that level of investment, those speed increases, all of the things that we can do to get people on our network, to enjoy our network. We are asking that you allow competition to prevail, that you avoid what was asked for by the panelists this morning. They're asking you to apply a utility-style regulatory regime that was developed for market 100 years ago. It's not going to work today. It's going to have terrible unintended consequences. What we want to do is build and offer tomorrow's services. We're building tomorrow's network. We're offering the technologies of tomorrow, the services of tomorrow. And what you're being asked to do is apply a regulatory regime developed 100 years ago, literally the regulatory regime of yesterday. And you're being asked to apply it to the networks of tomorrow. We suggest to you that that is a terrible idea and that you not do it. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norman. We're ready if you are.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you so much. My name is Janus Norman. I'm the president of the California Broadband and Video Association. Cal Broadband is a trade association of 12 VoIP providers utilizing cable technology. For the sake of time, I'll make sure that I present at least through slide 8 of this PowerPoint presentation. But regardless of how far I get, I'm happy to answer questions as it relates to the entire presentation that was submitted. Next slide, please. The PUC, through previous decisions, has recognized that competition in technology has created consumer choice. Consumer choice has created and continues to create natural pressure that ensures adequate service quality, and state policy aims rely on competition to promote consumer interests. Nothing in the record has proven that has provided a rationale for overturning the Commission's precedent on relying on competition in the VoIP marketplace in favor of heavy-handed regulation. In fact, the submissions related to how VoIP technology, cable VoIP technology is designed, speaks against heavy-handed regulation because it's designed to deliver superior quality of service than legacy technologies, and the Commission's recognition of a competitive marketplace are evidence that California's current regulatory framework is working and should not be modified to implement a heavy-handed regulatory approach. Next slide. The underlying data set within this proceeding, namely the network report, really looks at two providers and legacy technology. This underlying data does not support a rationale for reversing the Commission's precedent of relying on competition, nor does it present the need for any nor does it present any evidence of a service quality failure for cable VoIP providers. In fact, the limited GO 133 data from two cable VoIP providers listed in the underlying data showcase that those providers are exceeding the existing service quality standards, and in many cases are far exceeding the performance of legacy technology. Without any data demonstrating a service quality failure, there is no justification to move forward with a heavy-handed regulatory system that has a heavy-handed penalty structure for cable VoIP services. However, the association has submitted a proposal that would allow the Commission to collect technology-neutral data across all VoIP providers, across all voice providers, along with significant time to analyze that data to determine whether additional regulatory action is needed. And we'll discuss that proposal later. Next slide, please. The underlying assumption presented by various stakeholders that service quality standards should be extended to cable VoIP providers because an increasing consumer preference actually isn't accurate. The data shows that the overwhelming preference is not moving from traditional POTS to cable VoIP services, but it's actually moving to mobile services. However, that reality would suggest a fear that a declining usage would result in disinvestment in that infrastructure. That fear of disinvestment is not realized within the cable VoIP marketplace. Cable VoIP providers have invested billions of dollars annually in infrastructure and in their networks. In fact, in 2022, Cal Broadband members invested $2.6 billion in infrastructure and networks. Next slide, please. The data and analysis within this proceeding, again, provide no justification or rationale for reversing the PUC's precedent regarding the role of competition in the provision of voice services. Thus, it is only logical that the PUC conclude this proceeding in a manner that honors that precedent. Again, the network reporting analysis for the performance of non-VoIP providers should not result in a change in regulatory structure and scheme for cable VoIP providers. Next slide. 2 points to make on this slide. First, despite a lot of rhetoric, individual outages do not equal a failure in service quality. Service quality is actually a measurement of a provider's entire network over a period of time. The service quality standard in this case is restoration of service within 24 hours. Again, the limited number, the two cable VoIP providers that submit data for this metric are outperforming not only the standard, but also our competitors in this regard. Second point to be made on this slide relates to a fundamental issue of fairness. At no time should a provider be held liable for situations and occurrences outside of a provider's control, such as natural disasters or PSPS events. It's a fundamental issue of fairness. Next slide. The Commission's decision on whether to reverse its precedent related to voice services has to be data-driven. I know that we've heard a lot of anecdotes, but it has to be data-driven. The data submitted on the record does not make the case to move in a heavy-handed direction, as some stakeholders have requested. The network report nor the limited GO 133 data provide evidence that indicates that there is a service quality failure for cable VoIP providers. When you look at consumer complaints to the commission, fewer than 1% of those complaints involve a cable VoIP provider. And reviewing the public hearings for this proceeding, approximately 3% of the public comments raised an identifiable concern with a cable VoIP provider. Again, this is insufficient data to justify overturning the commission's precedent as it relates to voice services. Next slide. Cal Broadband represents 12 member companies of various sizes who cover various geographic territories within California. The heavy-handed regulation scheme contemplated by some stakeholders would require significant costs and dedication of staff time, which would total millions of dollars for each company. The impact of those costs will vary from massive for my small regional providers to significant for my larger national or multi-state providers. Regardless of the impact, the proposed redirecting of resources from infrastructure investment to compliance and reporting in this instance has no customer benefit because there has been no demonstration of need or demonstration that there is a failure of service quality and that competition is failing to provide adequate service levels to consumers on a consistent basis. Again, the opposite from the data submitted to the proceeding is actually true. Again, the cable VoIP providers providing existing GO 133 data are outperforming those existing service quality standards, and they continue to make significant investments in their infrastructure and network. Next slide, please. Cal Broadband understand the commission's aim to ensure that consumers are consistently receiving quality services on a consistent basis. Despite the fact that the marketplace is performing consistent with the PUC's precedent in this regard, providing high quality service, the association did present a proposal for the commission's consideration that accomplishes the aims of the commission's in a prudent, data-driven manner. The proposal provides the commission with more data than it's ever had before, allows the commission to compare performance across providers and technology, and affords the commission the information and, more importantly, the time it needs to determine whether additional steps are even necessary. Next slide. Any regulatory framework must employ a principle of fairness. As the commission has recognized, providers should not be liable for instances outside of the provider's control. Examples such as third-party fiber cuts, lack of commercial power, natural disasters, just to name a few instances outside of a provider's control. Eliminating adjusted results would hold cable VoIP providers liable for circumstances outside of their control, and this would be inherently fair and ought to be rejected. Next slide, please. The commission has previously rejected the automatic consumer credits proposal because there has been no showing of an industry-wide problem of a lack of service quality within the VoIP, cable VoIP providers. The same is still true. Since there is no change in circumstances or new circumstances that warrant revisiting the commission's rationale and previous determination, this proposal should be rejected. Next slide, please. Actually, we can go to the next slide, please. There were other proposals that we didn't mention here. As one of my colleagues stated, do not view that as an endorsement. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I want to reiterate there is a lack of a demonstrated problem as it relates to the quality of service provided by cable VoIP providers. Again, the record demonstrates strong performance by cable VoIP providers, and consumers whether it's the complaints to the PUC, participation in public hearings, have not shown significant levels or high levels of concern with cable VoIP providers. The proposed metrics as applied to VoIP would impose massive costs with no clear benefit, assuming that they were even feasible, as my colleague spoke to earlier. If you're looking to impose new rules on VoIP, despite there being a record to do so, we would simply ask that the commission look before it leaps. The association has presented a proposal that, again, would provide the commission with more data than it has ever received before, give it the ability to look at performance across all voice providers in a technology neutral way, and again, afford the commission adequate time to see if any additional steps are necessary, again, adopting a data-driven approach. Appreciate the opportunity to participate. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much to all of the panelists. We are almost at the 2:15 break time, about 2 minutes away from that. So why don't we just break until 2:30, and then we'll have our second roundtable with tribal and local government officials, followed by a Q&A of our carrier panelists.
Your Honor,
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question before we break, because we have a couple extra minutes?
Sure.
We'd sent an email in and asked whether the exhibits to the your ruling were in fact the staff proposal, and I think you responded that it wasn't. But we had also asked in that same email whether there would be a staff proposal, and if so, when, and if we would be triggering the 15-day to ask for a hearing based on the release date, and if that was still the case. So the curiosity is if you could answer those last two questions.
Okay. Yeah, so we're still planning a staff proposal. I don't have a date for you. By the way, if you look at Rule 7.5, I can't remember whether it's A2 or 3. I'm not that good with numbers, but it's required of us, so that's in there, and that's the staff proposal that was also envisioned in the scoping memo, and that's when if there are disputed facts, if a party would like to request evidentiary hearings, that would be the time to do it.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, with that, we'll be back at 2:30. Thank you. So thank you everyone for making it back on time. Next is our afternoon tribal and local representatives roundtable. Commissioner, do you want to introduce the panelists again?
Yes, thank you, Judge Glagola. So again, we have on the panel today, Corey Cordero, the CEO of Yurok Telecoms. We have Scott Armstrong from Inyo County, the Regional Broadband Coordinator, Supervisor Jessica Pesca from Lake County, and Matthew Rothstein, the Deputy County Administrative Officer from Lake County. Online, virtually participating, we have Tiffany Martinez, the Clerk of the Board for Modoc County Board of Supervisors. We have Matt Rantanen, the Director of Technology for the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association and Director for the Tribal Digital Village Initiative Network. And then we have an additional panelist, Matthew Orspaghi Douglas, who is the Broadband Manager for Hoopa Valley Public Utility District's Broadband Division of Acorn Wireless. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Judge Glagola to moderate, and look forward to hearing from the panelists and thank the carrier panel for their presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner. So it's probably almost the same questions as before, but from a different perspective, since you've now heard the perspective of several of the large POTS and VoIP and wireless voice services providers in the state. So I'm curious, do your experiences and the experiences of folks that you represent, is it gel with what the various carrier panelists said? And I'm not sure if we want to go in the same order, or do you want to, or, oh, of course. Yes, perfect.
Thank you, and thank you again for having me. I'm a little over-caffeinated and dehydrated, so I apologize. I have a bit to get through, but my panelists promised to kick me if I hit 5 minutes, and I'll pass it on. Most of my comments are really going to relate to telephone service. So the Yurok reservation is served solely by Frontier's copper network in terms of phone service. Most folks do not have working phones in the upriver portion of the reservation, is my understanding. The Yurok tribe service area and the Yurok reservation itself, in fact, covers Delaware County and Humboldt counties, and we have many folks living in the northern part of Delaware County, very rural parts of Humboldt County as well. And in terms of some of the recommendations, I guess to respond, one of the first ones, there was a statement that there's no way to know if a customer is available without a customer report. I think that that is a little bit disingenuous. If the carriers in our area, we've come across this problem before where we say, hey, there's been an outage, there's an entire village, no phone service, please address. And they have no way to identify. But from our perspective, if you have customers, if you're the only service provider in the area, you have their phone numbers and can make a call and see if the line's working. I'm not a technologist by any means, but I think as many of us know, if you can get 2 calls a day from robocalls about your expired warranty that you never ordered for your car, there might be some technology or some way to automatically contact customer lines to see if they're in fact operational. Some of the other things that were discussed really talked about how there are already existing regulations. Our experience on the ground has really been that while those regulations exist, there are a lot of common workarounds that are standard practice for the companies. I'm picking on Frontier a little bit because they're the only provider in our area, but this was our experience with Verizon before they joined the area after the Verizon transfer. So one of the workarounds is tickets. There's no ticket opened. So we'll make a report. Maybe someone's phone's down, so they have to drive, 20 to 50 miles to Willow Creek to the office and say, hey, my phone service is down. They think it's going to be addressed, but no ticket was actually created. On the tribal government side, we realized that was a problem. Tickets weren't being created and they weren't being reported as outages. So we really focused on, as a customer, I think a large customer of Frontiers, of going in personally and creating tickets. And then our experience is the ticket would be closed and would be closed repeatedly without the issue ever being resolved. And that seems to be another standard practice that sort of allows folks to skirt the reporting rules. I heard something in the presentation that was interesting to me and news to me. This is not my area. I've come from a litigation and criminal and civil litigation background, well before I started kind of serving in this capacity. And so I'm learning a lot, but I heard someone say less than 100 customers is not something that should be reported. And that really explains a lot in our area. It's a very rural area, not many folks on the ground. I mentioned we have outages where it'll maybe affect 30 households, definitely less than 100 customers. And if that doesn't count, I think that there, especially on tribal lands and rural communities, there are plenty of places for folks to hide, and there are these chronic failures that are happening. And so I think more granular data would be really valuable, especially as it relates to tribal lands, perhaps some sort of tribal pilot project to see if there are some creative solutions before implementing the rest of California might be one approach. I also find the sort of loopholes around weather. I understand, public safety power outages are going to become more the norm. Due to climate change, we have so many more extreme weather events and different types of weather events that we're not accustomed to. And that's going to keep happening. And one of the things that we found is when we are trying to address, and I speak as someone who's previously served since 2019 as a legal officer for the Yurok Tribes Incident Command Team. So whenever there is an extreme weather event or an emergency or fire, I'm part of the team that works with the Yurok Tribe's OES department, Cal OES, FEMA, et cetera, and other partners to respond. And communications is always a really big issue with no phone service and no cell service and no internet access. It can be very difficult to report outages. I've recently found I personally reported several outages that were brought to my attention after there were elders in need of care during the spring winter storms. I reported those myself and then later sat through a presentation from Frontier saying that there were no outages. And I was literally in the middle of, several email communication chains with them, and there hadn't been any tickets created, even though I personally reported those, and the customer had personally reported those. And so there tends to be some loopholes. Again, not to pick too much on Frontier, but you really have to be a lawyer and a very educated advocate with a lot of time to actually, I think, take advantage of the rules, because the standard practices of the industry in our area are to not open tickets, to not come out to repair areas, to not make a good faith effort to find out what the actual problem is in the area. We were reporting outages during the winter storms that Cal OES, FEMA, our OES team, and the Yurok Tribe and myself were reporting to the network about phone service outage, and we were being told there's no phone service outage. And we're there, and we have pictures of a broken line, which sort of, to me, seemed to be impossible for there to be phone service beyond the break. So that's, I don't think less regulation would solve this problem. I hear all these comments about competition, but without 100% sort of efficacy, it's my experience that tribal lands often, and tribal and native folks often sort of fall in those 1% categories where there's just not served. In terms of the investment in lieu of fines, that really doesn't work in our area. Even when folks are specifically tasked with targeting tribal lands, you would think that that would create some more equity. And while it does on paper, what I've been finding is that these investments in tribal lands are happening in areas that are already wealthy, already populated, already a lot of competition. So for example, a company can brag about connecting 200 customers in tribal lands, applause, et cetera. But those tribal lands are checkerboarded across Palm Springs, which already has excellent services. So I do think that there is more need for granular data, more regulation. One thing that was a little bit surprising to me, blaming union members for excluding holidays and weekends in our area, according to CWA, and this is all part of the record in the Frontier restructuring and bankruptcy proceedings, less and less are there actual union members, less and less are there local folks. Generally speaking, it's contractors. When we have a disconnection issue, folks have been coming out from Reading to repair. So I don't know that is a fair excuse. And I echo what we've all said before, that especially in the public safety context, the ability to have 911 service, the ability to make a phone call to check on your loved ones is incredibly important. And it's just not happening in our area on the ground. And then I also want to talk about the extreme weather incidents in terms of that being another loophole. I kind of alluded to this earlier, but we had folks that were out of service, who've been out of service for years. We have folks who were out of service around Thanksgiving or Christmas of 2022. And we didn't know about it until the storms in the spring of 2023. So we went out there, sort of figured it out, tried to get them reconnected. But because the storms were there, we're told that it's, an extreme weather event or there was a PSP. So it doesn't really count. And folks can kind of hide behind the storm. So every year they have a reset, and chronic problems that are festering, for example, overgrowth in vegetation, down power lines, et cetera, are blamed on the most recent winter storm, when the reality is, 2 weeks before the storm, I have pictures of those same problems. And I think that there should be some way to address the concerns that I think Ms. Smith brought up related to the Dixie Fire. That's a very extreme example. I think folks could agree that there were different situations there, but generally speaking, more and more we're going to be seeing extreme weather events, and I don't think that is a reason that our most vulnerable communities should not have access to phone service. I'm going to go ahead and pass that on to the other panelists.
Sure. Just because we haven't yet heard from Matthew Douglas and he's been patiently having his hand raised for a while, would you mind interjecting with your experience?
Yeah, one of the comments was basically to shed a little light on the scenario. that both UROC and HOOPA are facing in Northern California is in a modern network, there is definitely ways to determine whether or not a customer's equipment is down or not. Frontier, since it's already been mentioned, is the carrier of last resort in our area. When we mention copper plant, we're not mentioning DSL. That's not a service that was ever upgraded in our region. We are still on regular POTS lines and T1 lines. In fact, working with Kamal Medical Center, which is HOOPA's clinic, that's where I worked previously to being the broadband manager, we were operating on 6 T1 lines that were bonded, and that is 9 megabits for 150 staff members. The only way that we were able to kind of increase throughput through our community was to go out and do microwave hops, which Matt Rantanen is very familiar with that technology. In the last 3 years of our ISP's existence, we have a tremendous amount of information on whether customers are up, down, what their problems are, what the readings are on their equipment. So I'm not too familiar with, plain old telephone line technology since it's been outdated for quite some time, but at least on more modern equipment, if it had been upgraded and funded appropriately, yes, they'd be able to tell you if a customer's up or down. Another comment that I was going to make is I unfortunately wasn't a part of the conversation prior to joining on right before 2:30. So I'm not 100% sure what the other panelists in previous groups have said. So in order for me to be useful in this panel, it'd be nice to have an understanding of what the opinion was previously. But I'm not really like a lawyer or any kind of like administrative person. I'm the engineer, the boots on the ground that's actually trying to get the work done in the field. So that's kind of my perspective. But it's definitely easy to track your customers when you have modern equipment. But that's all I wanted to add. It's just to shed a little light on the technology side.
Thank you. And should we? Okay. Matt Rantanen.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, I figured it would be easy to dovetail into Speggy's comments as we've worked together on a lot of projects. And I wanted to touch base on, the comment about microwave hops. A lot of the companies that are represented today in the room have warehoused spectrum that tribes could be using to serve their own communities, or that they could be using actively to serve those communities that are rural and solve some of these problems. But because they have the licensed spectrum warehoused, we don't have access to it. So some of the tools that would best serve our communities are, locked up in somebody else's tool cabinet. So I just want to, remind folks that they do sit on technology that is very valuable in these rural settings for solving some problems. And Speggy and I and the folks at UROC are well versed in fixed wireless microwave networks that serve communities very well. I find it frustrating that there isn't a way to find out if a customer is down on plain old telephone service. But as Speggy said, it's a legacy system, and if companies aren't willing to reinvest their dollars into upgrading their legacy systems and moving on to current, technology platforms, then I think maybe we have an issue, with the investment in the communications quality for the people. I don't know what the business model is. I don't profess to be a master of business, but it would seem to me that we need to stay with the times of communications and the requirements that people need to be able to, to perform functions, like telemedicine and emergency services and reliable communications and such. So, I think there's an obligation, and I think it might be a legal obligation to provide reliable service. So it shouldn't be a guessing game to whether or not those people are connected.
there should be a way to devise that. So if there's a problem, let's expose the problem, let's own the problem, and then let's work for solutions to identify, ways to solve that problem. So I just really want to point focus on those types of things. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge Glagola and Commissioner Hauk. For those in the audience, my name is Scott Armstrong. I'm the Regional Broadband Coordinator for Inyo County. I also support Mono County to the north. There are a couple of points that were brought up that I'd like to highlight. One is that a healthy competitive market can drive the solutions. Our county has 19,000 residents and Mono County has 12,000 residents. And so while you heard that Darwin had 50 residents and Furnace Creek area has about 450 residents, that's common. Our county seat has 400 people in it. So we have about 10 or 12,000 people in the Bishop area, surrounding area. Most of our towns are about 150 to 200 people. And so it is understandable that maintaining copper infrastructure for POTS lines is expensive. But we still have people out there who need to dial 911. So, and I've heard our population size for some of our areas has been referred to as a market failure, and I get it. There's very little return on investment, but we still need the phone service. So solutions. One of the things, another point that was made was we need more data, and I highly agree with that. So a couple of years ago, my then counterpart, my now boss, put together a tool to help track outages with a cable voice over IP system provider. We were having issues, it was broadband as well, but put together a tool to escalate issues that weren't being successfully resolved. We strongly stressed that they created a ticket with the provider. It looks like most of them did. We got data on the issue from the consumer side, and the provider had an opportunity to update the ticket as well. And it was a pretty good experiment in many ways. It made it clear to the population that it wasn't a massive failure on the provider's part. Over 2 years, we had 50 escalated issues that went through our tool. But it also pointed out that there were issues, and some of them were repeat issues, and we could identify the types. So in response to that, we're putting together from Mono and Inyo counties a similar tool for all the providers. We currently have a POTS telephone service provider in the southeast part of our county and a separate POTS service provider in the rest of the county in Inyo County. I got to check on Mono. And then we have a cable voice over IP provider as well. So we've got them, and we have already arranged with the existing cable voice over IP provider and with Frontier to use this tool. What they do is they give us contact information. So when we escalate the issue, we know it's going to go to somebody who's beyond just basic tech support, since they've already identified an issue. And we get the data as well, because I can't count the number of times I get a call from a supervisor says, "Hey, Scott, do you know the phone service is out?" It's like, "No, I don't." And so I pick up the phone and call Frontier, and they say, "Well, we haven't heard yet. There's no ticket." So we are going to force the entering a ticket number so that they don't jump to us first, because I know it's easier to call the supervisor sometimes than it is to call tech support. I was a CIO as well, so I get that. So so we're doing this, and while I think that's going to help us at the county level identify issues so we can have conversations with the providers, it'll help us inform groups like this as well when making decisions to work out some method to track with data and provide a measurable enforcement option. But, while this sounds great, I shouldn't have to do this. And so we in Inyo County, 19,000 people, shouldn't have to do this. It's a phone, and they need to be able to pick up the phone and call 911. And we understand weather outages. We're an extreme environment. When it rains, it just messes things up. We get snow in Mammoth, and it knocks down buildings. So we get that. But the market is not going to replace the aging infrastructure because there is no competition. We have zero competition in our area. So I would leave you with that. the solution that I'm putting together, that we're putting together in Inyo and Mono counties, we're going to push out because we need it. Not just to keep the providers' attention on the issues, but this way we can report back to our public and say, we have this. And while your two neighbors make a lot of noise about it, it's only 3 or 4 people. So at least we can have some discussion about what reality is. But we do need to collect data. I think maybe providers and consumers can get together and say, hey, what data can you provide? While POTS lines technically operate when you close a circuit, there's more to it than just that. I remember sitting in my dad's office with the clickety going back in the rotary days. So that was interesting music. But there are ways to track it. As we get to other methods of providing voice service, there are more and more metrics available, and most of those things are automated. They're all the switches. You just have to decide you're going to collect them. So I think I'll end my talk with that and pass it along.
Thank you, Jessica Paiska, District 5 Supervisor in Lake County. And yes, supervisors are 24/7 concierge. That's in our job description. We get calls for everything. So our county has 69,000 people in it. And while the millions across the state and the country are likely enjoying your very high quality products, our residents are being left behind. And so when industry says that competition will solve all of our problems, I am very skeptical. We've had very little improvement. You can just drive our roads. And if you're looking at the 97% coverage that people have may have in their home or in their office space, let's look at how they move around the areas. Let's look at their connectivity on our hundreds of miles of roads. So that's my biggest concern. We're not going to hear in this conversation unless we bring it up the word equity. And we can't let our constituents be left behind. There are a lot of reasons, we've talked about them today, but these are essential services, essential for life. We need resilient networks. That means making improvements, making investments, doing the vegetation management and other resiliency efforts that will fortify that infrastructure during storms and during events. And we need to always keep our eye on equity and make sure that these underserved areas of California get what everybody else gets. They pay the same bills.
Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer, County of Lake. During the carriers' presentations this afternoon, we repeatedly heard that robust competition is driving innovation for most California customers. And that is an achievement to be celebrated. And I thank you all for highlighting those accomplishments. In some cases, a competition-based environment may also drive deeper the wedge between communities that are investable, readily served by for-profit providers, and those that are not. I'm confident everyone in this room will agree whether full resolution of this disconnect rests within the confines of this docket or does not, does little to ameliorate the critical public safety concern that telecommunications reliability must be high for all Californians. I'm also confident discouraging innovation, discouraging continual investment in the best possible infrastructure, network, and services is not the aim of anyone in this room. Yet the task before Judge Glagola, Commissioners Houck and Reynolds, the CPUC team, and others is difficult. We'd all acknowledge that as well. You're charged in part with answering the following. Is it reasonable to expect competition alone to compel for-profit entities to act in the manner of public agencies or nonprofits and prioritize the interests of communities where investments do not readily pay off? And a separate second question is equally important. Who should be responsible to bear the costs of the investments required to ensure reliable service
in areas that are not reliably and readily profitable. I appreciate, for one, the CPUC taking seriously both of these questions in the interest of all Californians. And carriers like those here today, like all of you, will unquestionably need to be a part of determining the lowest cost and best available solutions. So I'll close with this. I sincerely hope each of the carriers represented here will seek to serve as effective partners to the CPUC, to local governments, and others in ensuring that all California connected individuals are well served and can reliably receive critical communications like public safety messaging. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, we have not heard from you this afternoon yet. Do you have any thoughts?
I think everybody's covered it pretty thoroughly as far as our issues here are similar to everyone that has already just said all of the different issues that they're facing in their specific areas. In fact, I just read the paper today over our break, and we have a constituent in here who is unfortunately complaining about Frontier. They said they've been out of service for 6 days and haven't had anybody contact them back. So you can see it's an issue that's continuing on. And I'm not sure, I was asked to be a panelist on this just to share my issues that are occurring in my county, but if I could ask a clarifying question, for the 133D, are you looking for suggestions on how to improve this and make changes to it?
Yes, and how to, well, the questions are, should we improve it? And then what improvements should there be? Currently, GO 133D applies just to POTS service. And so in phase 1 of this proceeding, the question is, should there also be service quality rules applied to VoIP service and wireless service? And then in phase 2, which we'll get to at some point, hopefully soon, is broadband service.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just a little bit behind on that, but I did print out the 133D over lunch, and some of the areas that I think there can be improvement on is some of the issues that the other panelists have brought up with counties like such as mine. You know, we only have 8,500 people according to the census in our entire county. So for us to reach that threshold and have something put on the map for our area, it looks like according to this rules, we get thrown into another service area that maybe doesn't highlight our area as strongly as it would if the data was centralized to our county or a specific region, like some of the other panelists have said in the past. We just can't trigger some of these, 5,000 or more customers. That's almost our entire county population. So some of that should be looked at, I think, and regionalized by county area, or tribal areas has been brought up in the past as well. The other one I noticed was on section 5, it says wireless coverage maps, and 5.1 description, it says wireless coverage map shall show where wireless phones users generally may expect to receive signal strengths. Generally may expect is pretty broad. It should be maybe will expect to receive a signal strength. And this also says receiving calls outdoors under normal operating conditions. So if they're going to be telling you that you're going to get a service in that area, maybe it needs to be a little bit more specific as far as the conditions and if you will expect to. So in a quick read through, those are the things that I found that could be looked at to enhance that. But we too, there's zero competition in our area. We have 2 major wireless providers that service our area, few others that are around. The POTS or the copper is generally the one provider that's been brought up. So same issues as everyone else. Appreciate you letting us share it with you guys today.
Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you to all of our tribal local government representatives for sharing. Oh, I see a hand raised from Spivey.
Hey, I was wondering if that is just for POTS lines, shouldn't that be phased out over time anyways for more of like a VoIP service? It just seems like since that's antiquated technology, since like I think our POTS lines were put in the 1970s. It seems like we should put pressure for innovation by phasing out that type of technology to more updated technologies such as VoIP. It just seems like a logical thing to phase something out that's that antiquated. But that's just my comment.
Except that we have many, many, many constituents that have no other connectivity. They have no broadband, they have no cell coverage. They obviously have no VoIP. That's why.
Phasing out that technology though would force the carriers to innovate and grow, or local communities to try and speak up and push it to, I guess, more modern technology. I mean, that's what we're doing in our case. We didn't wait for Frontier to upgrade in our community. We are just deploying ourselves. To have that funding opportunity made available to smaller ISPs, you know, you can actually innovate. We don't have necessarily, I mean, we do have a component of fiduciary responsibility, but compared to the profits that telecom wants to make, we're not in that same bucket. We're just trying to do it so that our family members can have access to 911 service, so that they can seek out healthcare reliably. It just seems like if you keep investing in POTS, it doesn't have an incentive for anybody to give up that technology. They're definitely not repairing it in our area. So,
Do you have a
again,
question? Do you have consistent power outages?
yes, we do. That's why our tribe is also working on microgrid projects to stabilize the region.
Right. So in the meantime, and I have a very large county. We can't microgrid everything. We do microgrid some of our towns and our cities. But when you've got people way out in the hills and all they have is a landline, and then we experience power outages throughout the year, you're going to leave them vulnerable with no connectivity at all.
You should look up where we live. I'll just put it that way. If every place that I've been that says they're rural, they haven't been here.
Can confirm.
Yeah. So,
Corey.
oh, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to the supervisor from Lake County's comment about equity. One, I have two comments really. One is related to educational material. So generally speaking, it seems that there isn't an incentive for the providers. Their incentive is to not report outages over 24 hours. And their incentive is to keep, I believe, the consumer uninformed as to what their rights are. CPUC has an excellent, obviously, self-help area, but for us, folks can't ask. If their phone goes down, they don't have cell service, they don't have internet, they can't go online to file a complaint with the CPUC, even if they were capable of doing it, had the time and resources to follow through. So having paper complaints and paper educational materials sent out would be really helpful. I think especially as there are more and more reliance on VoIP and moving away from POTS, the automatic sort of paperless incentive, I think, moves away from folks having access to their billing information. And one of the issues that we're running into in terms of how long outages are or how much money is owed to a customer who is paying despite their service being out is that the company claims that there's no record of the payments. And so it's, the $5 a month off or the $10 a month off is really important to the individual consumer who might be unemployed. But when you go paperless, there's no record for billing, and there's no educational materials and no option to get a paper complaint that folks can file with the CPUC. So that might increase accessibility for folks in our area. And then anecdotally, we're not really having experiences with VoIP right now, and hopefully as Euroc Telecoms deploys, we'll have success there, and we really are committed to providing quality service in our region. But I just wanted to provide an anecdote. Locally in Sacramento, I have one high-speed internet provider, decided to move to another. And in order to do that, the new internet provider came in and said, hey, we can drill another hole, or we could just cut the old provider's line and put ours through. I went with that option. I was on vacation and I started to get automated messages from my old provider, who I'm still paying. I haven't ended the service yet, so I have 2 right now, saying, hey, we noticed that your service is out. Don't worry, we're on it. That's great. That's the sort of automation I think that Speggy was talking about. However, about a day later, I got a message saying, hey, thank you so much. This outage was resolved. So happy to serve you. And I sort of just kept getting these circular automated messages saying, hey, we noticed your stuff is out. Hey, it's been fixed. And no one's come to the house. The wire's still cut. I've not talked to a human. I was on vacation the whole time. I don't believe anyone accessed my home, and currently the line's still cut. And so those types of automated workarounds are, I think, something that folks should keep in mind. If there is a regulation, how are the big providers going to get around it and try to address that so it doesn't harm individual consumers?
Ms. Martinez, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to support what she just said. You know, a paper form to file a complaint would be very, very helpful. We had a constituent come in back in January when this began, and he actually went out and collected individual letters from members in the area that the outage was occurring, including one of the tribal representatives from that area, and brought it into us to help escalate the engineering ticket up through the wireless provider. And so having a way for people to put a complaint in with you regarding the wireless and the landline service would be helpful, especially for areas where we don't all have internet. The other thing is education. I agree with as well. That was one of the things we asked the wireless provider to do, was to provide a press release in our one local paper that we have. We don't have a television station here in our area. Or even over social media would be helpful, letting them know that, you know, this transition is taking place and that you're going to see some interruptions, but maybe you should think about upgrading your phone or doing the updates regularly on your phone, those types of things as far as the wireless network goes, to help the public understand what's occurring and maybe assist them with troubleshooting some of their issues.
And for us, that kind of came down to digital equity and digital inclusion training. So our tribe is also a recipient of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance's Digital Navigator Corps. So we definitely brought in a digital navigator to help out with our customers, understanding the billing side, understanding how to use their devices, and better communicating with us so that we can, as a community, grow, not just the ISP bringing in some cash.
So thank you very much to everyone who participated in our tribal and local government roundtable. We still have a Q&A session for our carrier panelists. And Commissioner, do you want to start?
Thank you, Judge Glicola. I wanted to follow up on something that Ms. Martinez from Modoc County mentioned this morning, and ask if any of the carriers can expand on the CDMA retirements that Ms. Martinez mentioned, and whether those CDMA retirements are mandated by the FCC, and if so, how can providers that have to retire the CDMA service ensure that customers can use wireless service? And she also mentioned that 5G was not available in Modoc County to replace that service. Can you talk a little bit about if that's being retired, why 5G is not available, and whether they can continue to provide legacy 3G or 4G LTE services?
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about that. Every wireless technology has a shelf life, and it's usually about 20 years, give or take. So the 3G networks were launched many years ago, and on a nationwide basis, they're being taken down. They're end of life cycle, they're old technology, they don't give you broadband connectivity that you get with 4G and with 5G. So they're naturally being replaced. One of the issues that arises when you replace any network is that people have to upgrade their technology, and often the carriers are willing to help with that. Sometimes there are programs for things like that, but the point is that the handsets that you have that are on a very old network that is at its end of life often won't work on the newer networks. That part of it's difficult, but it's unavoidable. Technology needs to move forward. The 3G networks, just to put this in perspective, offered very, very limited connectivity compared to the next generations. So some of the things that we're being asked to do at the federal level, in terms of wheel alerts and things of that nature, they work better with newer handsets. They work better on the newer technology. So there are some decisions that are made regarding when you turn networks off that are driven by technology decisions that involve a lot of considerations. As far as whether you are receiving service in the same exact location, that has a lot to do with the spectrum band that's being used to provide the service, and it has very little to do at all with the actual 3G versus 4G or 5G. If I use the same spectrum band to serve you at the same site with any of those technologies, you would expect, and Mark, unless I'm wrong, you would expect to actually have the same propagation characteristic out of the antenna, maybe even better with newer technology. And certainly as you upgrade the antennas and all of the equipment in the network, you would absolutely expect to get better throughput. So that's very technical. It's hard to answer that question without getting very technical, but when our carriers do turn networks off, they are aggressive in trying to get their older customers who have old devices that are not transitioning to turn those in. I mean, it's a testament to how good the handsets are these days that people don't turn their handsets in all that often. I had I think it was the iPhone X for, I think, 4 years. Worked great. I really had no particular incentive to turn it in, but it didn't have 5G service. So once the 5G networks were launched, I finally took the bait, got a new phone. There it is. It's lovely. But phones last a long time, but that creates some of its own issues where you have people often just simply don't switch them out. So the 3G networks are gone, like the 2G networks before them were also turned off, and it's just the natural course of a life cycle of any technology, and that has to happen. There's no avoiding it. As far as when 5G will get there, our members are aggressively building out, but I want to talk a little bit more broadly about that particular point, because I think it touches on things that all three of you have talked about. One of the things that really is crucial to pay attention to is the BEAD docket. And it's also one of Commissioner Houck's dockets. The BEAD docket is for California over $1 billion, literally over $1 billion. It's $1 billion that is targeted to serve your communities. And the people at this table, the companies at this table, are going to be telling the commission where to draw the line for how far we can go with fiber and how far we can go past that point, how far the money goes past that point to get wireless coverage out there. If you want your wireless coverage to improve, if you believe that on the maps that the federal government has produced, your counties are there, you need to have a voice at this commission for the distribution of that money. That's the best thing you can do to get that out there. The areas are not economic. I believe one of you pointed this out or conceded to the point. They're not economic. The reason that we're not building further out is because we can't make money doing it. We'll lose money. And we're not in the business of losing money. We are in the business of providing the best services that we can, but in those areas, there needs to be programs to incentivize us to get that out there. That program's here today, and we really encourage you guys to get in front of the commission, to talk to them about how to draw that line, how important it is to your communities to get our service and to get it out there, and to use the BEAD money as best as can be used to serve your communities. Now, our position on this is that pushing wireless technology out is one of the best uses of that BEAD money. Now, you're going to get your 5G systems built. All right. So back to the original question, when is 5G coming? To Commissioner Houck's question, when is 5G coming? If you spend the BEAD money on it, 5G is coming by 2008. It's going to be spent and built by 2008. There are dates. We know these things. If you build a wireless, fixed wireless access system to provide broadband to your communities. The side benefit of that is that you automatically are going to get wireless coverage improvements because these are the areas that were unserved. So where you have people that have no service today, no wireless service whatsoever, you spend the BEAD money on wireless, you get fixed wireless access, which is a broadband service that meets all the definitions that the NTIA has put in place for the program, meets them or exceeds them. But you're going to get mobile coverage in the area around the towers. So it's killing two birds with one stone. It's probably not great to say killing it, but it's tackling two problems at once. And we really encourage you to be very active in the BEAD docket, to put your comments in, to help them draw the line in a way that helps your communities best. We want to build there. We need help to figure out how to do it. Now, the commission...
Respectfully, may I interject? I hear you, and I agree with you. It's incredibly important for local counties to be involved in the BEAD proceeding. The Yurok tribe is, and I believe the Yurok Telecoms Corporation will be soon. But I guess with this workshop being focused on regulation and service quality, what I worry about in terms of folks here asking for no regulation, you're hearing a lot of complaints, a lot of valid complaints about POTS. Those networks, some of them were built and supported by subsidies. That's how the original network was built in our area back, I don't know how many decades ago. Passed on to Verizon, no improvements. Passed on to Frontier, no improvements. The business case is never for investment or reinvestment in the infrastructure. And so without regulation, what's to say that once we do, my understanding is the big providers are really looking forward to accessing these, unprecedented federal and state funds. If that does not come through again in 50 years or 40 years, what's going to happen in the meantime? Are you going to continue? Yes, you use federal dollars to build, to reach these rural communities, but then are they going to lag and not be invested and not be maintained, no customer service because the investment is always going to be in Los Angeles or some other area? So I think it's really wise for the CPUC, and I appreciate being part and invited to this panel because we need to talk about regulation now so we don't repeat with these new technologies the problems we had with old technologies and the old business models. I think one of the truest statements I've heard today is that you're not in the business of losing money. These areas aren't going to experience explosions of growth. Your reservation is not. So how do we plan for that? And how do we ensure that once things are built, they're maintained properly and that investment continues? And I do believe regulation is a key part of that. And I'm more concerned, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts are in terms of regulation in these less populated, less profitable areas once this infrastructure is built.
I'm happy to answer, but I feel like I'd be the only one talking at that point. So
it looks like Mr. Norman may want to.
Yeah, I think it's important as we I hear the concern, I hear the point. I think the point is valid, but I also think it's important to look at the history of the different provider, and I'm going to group them by technology, the different levels of investments by the providers by technology. The notion of investment or the history of investment as it relates to cable VoIP providers doesn't speak to the circumstance in which you're speaking of, meaning that there has been a disinvestment in the network based on any level of geography, any level of the community that we serve. The track record for cable VoIP providers is that we maintain, monitor, upgrade our infrastructure in a ubiquitous fashion. I mentioned that to go back to the point that Benjamin was making. We will disagree over where you draw this line, but I would fundamentally agree with him about the importance of having your voice at the table. And I would argue not only within the BEAD proceeding, but also within the FFA proceeding. Because again, these programs, the fight for these programs at the moment is how do you define unserved? So I've got news articles that would articulate that there are some urban areas that are unserved.
Definitely.
But so the question becomes how to make sure that your voices are present within those proceedings so that your communities get the appropriate amount of resources to build, I would argue, VoIP available infrastructure. And then the anticipation would be, from our perspective, based on the history of cable VoIP provider investment in the networks, you would continue to get the same level of investment, maintenance, and monitoring of that infrastructure, because that's what we have done consistently throughout our history without the style of regulation that's being proposed here.
I hear you, but you've done that in areas where it was worth your money too. And so our concern is to analogize to the older technology that was heavily subsidized one time, et cetera. Now that it's aging out, there's no business case for continued investment. And so while I agree and applaud you for all of the ongoing work, that's one of our concerns in terms of regulation. Once all of this money is deployed, if there's no future funding, you're not going to get a huge population growth in our area. I don't think there's the business case for maintenance. So once the lifespan of the equipment ages out in 20 years, are you going to come back and upgrade that equipment in 20 years, even though you'll be losing money? And I think the answer is no. That's what history has proven for us in our area with other providers. That's the analogy, not cable providers.
Thank you.
They're regulated.
So
POTS is regulated.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Martinez wanted to add a comment, but just to clarify, and what I heard you saying is that in some of these rural counties like Modoc County, the 3G and 4G services are being aged out or removed, but the 5G is not currently being built, but there's anticipation that it will. So is that leaving a gap for some of these rural counties? And just quickly in that, because I want Ms. Martinez, but I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Is the question whether we're building 5G everywhere or?
No, it's just a question of if that particular area, if they're saying they're removing the older infrastructure, but the new infrastructure is not available yet, it seems that that's leaving a gap in service for that community. And is that the case?
Well, I mean, well, a couple things. I don't know what carrier this is. I don't know what the specific facts are on the ground, what towers we're talking about. But what I did hear was that it's being replaced with 4G technology, I think. So in other words, I don't think what I heard was I've turned the towers off and I'm not providing any service anymore. I think what I thought I heard was they're converting from 4G to from 3G likely to 4G or maybe even to 5G. I have no idea, although she did say they don't have. So to 4G. The point, though, is some of those people who are reporting that they don't have coverage, do they have a modern phone? Do they have a 3G phone that has no hope of communicating with the 4G network because it's a 20-year-old device? The answer is no, but I can't possibly answer all of those factors, but all of those factors need to be known before you can conclude that there's an issue, the likes of which we're talking about here. And it informs the fact that the strict liability regime that's being discussed is absolutely foolhardy. I mean, we can't buy the device for a customer for a network that's at its lifespan.
And I'm not talking about the device, and so we may need more information, but I think Ms. Martinez wanted to provide a comment.
No, I really appreciate you bringing up that there is the potential of a gap, because there is a gap now with that being turned off in our community. We don't have major medical in our county. If you have something that happens and you get hurt severely, you get life flighted out of our community. The closest hospital we have is Reno or Redding for major services. And so for us, having the ability to pick up on the cell phone that you say works in our area, or our wireless carrier says works in our area, and call 911 is imperative. It's a health and safety issue. And now that there has been no communication with the constituents that these towers are being switched over, and we have one tower, I believe, I could be wrong about that, maybe two, in an entire area called Surprise Valley that services from north to south our whole county. I believe it's close to 75 miles long. And so with that being turned off, there's people in both the very far northern part, Fort Bidwell tribal community cannot get cell service in their area. The Eagleville community cannot get cell service down there. And a lot of them have transitioned over to cell service because the landline provider discontinued coming out and fixing the lines. So they went to the cell service where it was active and they could make an emergency phone call. And now, because this technology is changing, and I'm all about innovation, about, you know, improving our communities, but let's make sure that you have the system in place to transition to that technology before you remove the old technology. And that's not there for us in our community. So I actually had that happen. My son flipped a four-wheeler over and the cell service was down in our community, and that was the only way I had to call 911.
So I have some more questions, but I want to make sure Judge Glagola and if Commissioner Reynolds is on, that they have an opportunity to ask questions. So I may circle back at the end, but I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Houck. Commissioner Reynolds, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is for, I guess, several of the provider panelists. And I think you're obviously seeing a disconnect here between statements that competition is the preferred approach and the folks who have said not for us. But I'm also seeing a disconnect from a historic standpoint and from a data standpoint. So if you look back at the last time the Commission updated its service quality rules, several providers, including or other parties, including folks here, AT&T, CTIA, Verizon, their answer was competition would solve this. And I'm not saying that competition hasn't led to some great network improvements, but if you also look at the data, and I'm specifically looking at the staff report that was put out for public comment in an April 17th ruling. If you go to, let's see, page 26 as an example, you will look at the NORS data and you will see that outages have increased. So has outage time. If you keep going down, you'll see that that's the case for both wireline and wireless. And in that case, wireline, to a point that someone else may have tried to make earlier, that's POTS and VoIP. I assume it's not broken down because I don't know that that's done for the FCC's NORS data. But then if you keep looking down to page 30, is it? No, it's page 29. You'll see the community isolation reports, the Cal OES community isolation reports. And as it happens, that does break down VoIP, and the most outages are VoIP outages, at least based on what I'm seeing here, by far. So I'm just curious, do you still stand by that statement that competition is going to fix this outage issue? Do you stand by that there isn't an outage issue, that there isn't a problem, and that there's nothing in the record, given that, well, there seems to be some stuff in the record that suggests that maybe competition isn't working, at least for some people?
So I mean, I have a lot to say about this. We put a lot in the record about this report. We find it recklessly created, candidly. I think that it failed to capture causation, and it failed to capture causation at a level that I think we found was disingenuous. It grouped things in a way that isn't the carrier's real lived experience. It created data categories that don't exist in the reports that it captured. For instance, back on page 26, they would imply that every outage up to 24 hours is the same. In the record, in this docket, we have indicated to the Commission that the vast majority of outages that captured here are under 6 hours, but that, for whatever reason, staff didn't find that was relevant. So I understand that this is a document that was put in the record. Again, we find that it's got glaring flaws, which we've commented on. But as for your question, Regarding outages, and it's not that we've ever said that they're not a problem, and it's not that we've ever said that they are, I'm not sure how you phrased it, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but outages are a problem. This commission in 2008 concluded that they were unavoidable, that you are going to have, in fact, the C4AT this morning concluded that they were going to be unavoidable. They conceded that. This commission concluded that. We had the 72-hour backup power docket, where you have testimony from public safety entities that indicated that conduit that was buried underground, it melted. It melted in a forest fire. That's not a failure. That's not a bad planning. That's not a a missed engineering standard. That is a conduit that's buried 4 to 5 feet underground, or however far underground, that melted. That's not happened before. That level of heat, that level of forest fire, it's going to happen. I mean, if we've learned anything as a society, it's that Mother Nature is probably going to figure out a way to beat us. And unfortunately, she's getting angry, and we're seeing a lot of different weather events. So are there going to be outages? Yes, there are. Is there a way that we can 100% defeat them? No, we cannot. But what you're describing, which is outages, they're the best way, and what we've learned from many years of dealing with weather events and dealing with dealing with these issues, is you need to have a plan to restore. You need to have a plan to mitigate. You need to be able to react to it, and react to it well. One of the things that we've been really struggling with in California is that the electric companies that you regulate aren't doing a very good job of telling us where they're turning the power off and when they're turning the power off. And when we were told that it's going to be 70 miles in one direction, and the actual turned off PSPS event is implemented 70 miles in the other direction, well, you can be pretty much guaranteed that you're going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, because you got really bad information from the company that's responsible for the outage. There are a lot of things that cause outages that are avoidable, right? I mean, there are a lot of things that count as outages, in Cal OES terms count as outages, that are actually maintenance. And there are categories in the report that you pointed to that are maintenance, but that are ignored as such and counted as the same outage as anything else. So I would submit that, or ask that you take a look at our comments, that you look with some skepticism at the report, which did not do a fair and even-handed job of presenting data, but it offered a perspective of its choosing, not the perspective of what the raw data showed. So I could keep going, but I'll stop there.
Your Honor. Oh. I just want to make sure that you have a follow-up, because you said VoIP, so I wanted to make sure we responded.
Please, I want to hear it.
Okay. Not to say anything that's duplicative, so to be additive to the comments that are already made. We expressed that some of the concerns that we had with that report is that the OES data was trying to compare VoIP outages utilizing a wireless standard, which ends up creating an apples to oranges comparison and overstates sort of VoIP's performance. When it sort of corrected its standard and sort of compared VoIP performance over time, you see that the number of VoIP outages is decreasing over time. So we would agree that there are concerns with the conclusions, the presentation of the data and the conclusions drawn from it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to echo, this is Scott Pearson's AT&T. Just want to echo some of the comments that Ben had made as well. And I think AT&T put in the record too, a lot of comments about this report. I mean, specifically the charts or the figures, the tables that you referred to. I mean, as a perfect example, I mean, one of the biggest contributors of this outage for wireline, the above 96 hours, that contains things like when in a network with a ring, the backside of the ring goes down. So that doesn't affect the person's call going through. It just means the backside of the ring that goes out. So again, I think that's an example where it doesn't have anything to do with the call not going through, but it shows up in the report. And I think we've got other comments like that we've included in the record when we commented on this report.
But you don't take back your comments, which are the same comments from 2012 regarding competition. Like, actually, you probably didn't write them, so
I did not write them.
yeah. So I won't press you, but especially because Commissioner, I know you have some questions.
Just, I do want to say, I think the workshop has been very informative. I think we have had a lot of good information provided by both the panelists and the roundtable participants, and a lot of good points have been made by all the participants and that shows that this is not just cut and dry, that there is a range of what and how we should be looking at this, and that there needs to be some flexibility. But we also do see that there is a problem with being able to provide a certain level of service, particularly to some of the rural and tribal areas. We also have urban areas where we've heard comments as well. We just didn't have representatives from those areas today. And being able to think outside the box on how to ensure that we are serving some of the constituents and customers, the Californians that are located in rural areas that really rely on these services for emergencies, for healthcare, that it may be their only communication to be able to get out from where they are, and trying to figure out what this all means and being able to meet our legal standards and our requirements and being able to provide this certain level of service. I don't think it's going to be easy. As we have heard, innovation and technology is important. We are in a transition in how we're communicating, and things are moving very, very fast. But there's a whole sector of our population that's being left with antiquated technology that is not being maintained, and we've got to figure out how we're going to ensure those customers are being served. And so I'm hoping we can use this proceeding to reevaluate our general order, think outside the box, and see what we can do to ensure that we are providing that level of service to all of California. And I know we've got some difficult issues to grapple with in being able to do that. Again, I think innovation, technology, and competition are important. They can contribute and be very positive, but there are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Californians that are in areas where competition may not be the answer to ensuring that they have adequate service. And we do need to grapple with that here as we're reviewing our general order and trying to work through what it means to provide that basic level of service to everyone. And I think we've seen some creative innovation, particularly from some of the tribal communities that are creating their own entities to provide some of that service. But that's at the beginning stages, and we've still got a lot of folks that aren't being served. And when we've got elders that are out of service for days or weeks at a time, that really don't understand the process of maybe how to file a complaint or what to do, we've got to figure that out. And that's our job. And the information we've heard from all of you, I think today has been very helpful. And I just wanted to give anyone, whether it's the roundtable panelist or the carriers, a chance to make any additional comments, and our folks online as well, if you have any additional comments or things that you think we should be thinking about as we move forward. And I know we will also need to move to the audience, and I think there's someone over here in the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Roman, and I am an attorney for Verizon. I probably wrote the comments in 2012, Judge Glagola, so I can try to answer that question. But really what I wanted to make is a clarification. Commissioner Hawk, you asked Ben Aaron from CTIA the question about whether 4G was being decommissioned and that whether we were going to 5G. Verizon has decommissioned 3G. 4G is not being decommissioned. That is something that will continue for quite a while now. People are working on deploying 5G. We've gotten the spectrum that we need to deploy densely now to provide better service. And all of society is currently working, all of society, all of the scientists are working on 6G. And there will be some cable companies that talk about 10G. I'll let them explain what that is. But the Gs tend to last around 20 years, as Ben said. But it takes almost 10 years to actually deploy them, like so that it's ubiquitous. So 5G, which is only 4 or 5 years old, still has some runway in front of it before it's deployed. And once it's deployed, we'll see where we are with 5G. And Judge Glagola, I think that the way that we structure our comments about competition, regulating service quality, well, I don't think we've ever said, at least Verizon, that we believe competition solves all problems. Well, I think the way we've said it is that competition best regulates service quality, because there's so many different factors. There's so much variability in the cellular and wireless world that we think that once you have a regulation and it becomes sort of stuck in time and it doesn't pivot with all of the change in technology and innovation. So that's one reason why we believe that service, again, that competition best regulates service quality. And, you know, sometimes I think of it as the proof is in the pudding, right? People are moving to wireless big time. It's because they love it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's because there was hand raised now.
Good afternoon, Anna Maria Johnson with the Public Advocate's Office. I just wanted to comment and observe how the burden has shifted from the responsibility of the companies to deliver safe and reliable service. It is the responsibility and the obligation for them to do so to consumers, to local government, to tribal communities, to find another choice. To us is not acceptable. The companies need to be held accountable to delivering that safe and reliable service. 2 points I want to make and a follow-up questions to the industry. There was a lot of discussion about BEAD, the $1.8 billion, and then FFA, which is $2 billion. Close to $4 billion is going to be invested in California on broadband networks that will be able to deliver VoIP and internet service. We cannot wait for broadband service quality to be held to a later time. It has to be talked about now. The same issues we're listening on POTS and service quality issues on VoIP and wireless are trickling down to broadband. There's proof in the record that there are complaints out of service issues, and with close to $4 billion coming into the state, these companies must ensure safe and reliable service to internet. So we work really will want the commission to take a look at broadband service. We could not agree more with Mr. Armstrong from Inyo County. Customers need access and transparency to network performance information so that they can make informed choices. So my question to the wireless, Comcast, cable industry, AT&T, and Frontier is the following. There was a lot of discussion on competition and how you compete amongst each other. How are you using network performance and service quality performance to attract customers, to attract them to your company? Are you advertising? Are you using it as a marketing to make them connect to your products and services? And if so, what are those network performance and service quality measures that you are using to attract those customers? And don't you think that that should be made available to them so that they can make that informed choice of going with the provider that provides the best services? Thank you.
Well, assuming I'm understanding the question, we're advertising things that attract customers. How do you enforce that? I mean, that's the job of the Attorney General, and they have laws to enforce that. So that's, I'm not sure I understand why that would be a mystery.
So that network performance or that that you're offering from, for example, wireless, are you advertising that to customers, and are you sharing with customers what they actually are getting?
So as we've recorded extensively in the docket, there are many, many publicly available metrics as to the performance of our networks. It's not a mystery to anybody that wants to go out and find out how we're performing. It's publicly available and easily available. The FCC has recently published a coverage map that's the most comprehensive coverage map of the country that's ever been created. You can take a look at the map and have a very good idea, based on the parameters the FCC set, on where you would expect to have coverage. The information available to the public today is tremendous, and they can access that. If you're asking us, are we advertising it? I would suggest that you look at the advertisements. If it's advertised and we're not meeting it, then there are laws that take care of failing to meet your advertised offers. And I had one response that I wanted to offer to Judge Lagola about the question about competition.
With all due respect, Your Honor, I feel that Mr. Aaron has elaborated a lot on this point, and I would like to ask a question as well.
So, yeah, but can you please give the microphone when you're done to Wyland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm here right now. There's so many things that I could say, similar to you, Mr. Aaron, as a representative of the Public Advocate's Office, as a civil servant, and as someone who wants to see these outcomes addressed. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speak on behalf of Cal Advocates right now. I'm going to speak as a member of the public. Is there a problem with the mic? With all due respect, none of you providers here on this panel can tell these communities how to solve their problems. As you've said, yes, you've invested. Yes, you've leveraged federal dollars. That's in the past. You don't get credit for that at this point. These are issues in these communities, and they are the experts on that. We have a fundamental problem with the conversation that's happening right now, because they are telling you the problems that they have, and rather than hearing that and providing collaborative solutions together with them to move forward on those, you are dismissing them and you are hiding behind numbers. And so the fact is, I mean, even here today, you see representatives of tribal communities who are going to the extent of creating their own telecommunications networks.
Mr. Duffy, do you have a comment?
Yes, I have a comment.
I mean, do you have a question, rather?
I do. And in fact, I don't have a question for the providers. I have a question for the local and tribal communities that are here today. I want to ask you, how many times have you heard evasive arguments like these before? Do you feel dismissed by the arguments that you've heard here today on behalf of the providers? And what do you think needs to happen moving forward in this conversation? Thank you.
I can answer most of what we experience in Inyo and Mono counties, and that is, yes, we're working on it, but we don't have enough money to fix it long-term, so we'll patch it.
I'm being told to work on BEAD. We are. But everything that I bring here today is a legitimate concern now with our networks now, with our constituents being left behind now. And she's right, you're shifting the responsibility onto local government and communities.
And our experience,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Our experience has been that we are consistently lied to, gaslit, and it does seem that there's a lot of illegal behavior and fraud that happens in our area. And even with the regulations, not enough accountability happening.
Right. I just would close by reiterating that this is a complex process, and comments like describing CPU staff as being reckless is a negative assumption. There could be differences of perspective, maybe perspective-laden difference as opposed to any attempt to be reckless. and also assuming that local governments are ignorant about their proceedings just because there are matters that are relevant to the general conversation being had here is, another negative assumption. So I'll just repeat. I sincerely hope each of the carriers represented here will seek to serve as effective partners to the CPUC, local governments, and more in ensuring that all California connected individuals are well served and can reliably receive critical communications like public safety messaging. And I hope that we can move forward with positive discourse that is solution oriented.
Matt Rantanen from Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association. Unfortunately, every time I'm at a CPUC hearing, the dismissive comments are made. Yes, we have complicated solution sets to serve Indian country in such rural settings, but this isn't where we chose to live. We were put on these reservations, and there are solutions that can be devised to support those communities. And we're looking for partners in industry to be able to solve that, not to be able to duck the responsibility. Thank you.
I guess I forgot to always give my affiliation when I introduce myself. So for those that don't know, Spaggy from the Hoopa Valley Tribe, broadband manager. So as we've been building out our own ISP, we did get a chance to utilize the 2.5 gigahertz window to also deploy an LTE network. I often find that the conversations with the carriers don't encompass all of the components that need to go into serving a community thoroughly. You may look at your maps and see that there are coverage availability, but it doesn't speak to the upload capacity or the uplink capacity of their internet connection to be able to serve those areas. We had a school district that purchased, I believe, 500 hotspots. I won't mention the carrier, and the speeds on those were less than a megabit. The coverage was good in most of the areas. It was just that the uplink capacity wasn't there to meet the demand. A lot of that goes to spectrum availability as well. So that's something that us as an ISP are interested in obtaining more of so that we can try and serve our community more efficiently. But as to the gentleman's question about how many times we've been ducked out of those conversations, it's simply been not including all the information necessary in our conversations to make a well-informed decision on whether it be partnerships or improving the service capability in our area.
Mr. Goodman, you have a question.
Yes, I'll try to be quick, Your Honor. I have a question for the providers. So one of the most successful service quality improvements the FCC has made are hearing aid compatibility requirements that allow folks with hearing aids to use POTS, wireless, and VoIP services. So could you please quantify how complying with those requirements has impacted your innovation and investment? Thank you.
I can only say that I know a lot of things about wireless. I know nothing about that. So sorry.
Unfortunately, I think that's ditto for AT&T as well. I'm just not familiar enough with it.
Same for Comcast, cannot quantify that.
Your Honor, Commissioner and staff, attendees here in person, and for folks that are on virtually, my name is Julio Figueroa. I'm AT&T California's tribal liaison. I've been in this role for the last 3 years. I've been with AT&T for 25 years in December, started in Pacific Bell as a customer service rep. So as I'm working with the 109 federally recognized tribes in California, I'm looking at through a lens of customer service and making sure that the customer, the tribal nation, is served by AT&T. Just from a geographic perspective, we serve about 47 of those tribes out of the 109 that are in AT&T service area. And it really starts with a collaborative effort with the tribal leadership at these tribal nations. Nothing is going to happen without the support and collaboration of tribal leadership. So it's going to take investment of time
It's going to take understanding culture. It's going to take understanding and creating and cultivating trust with these tribal nations. This is the success that I've seen over the last 3 years. And what happens is, once you made a success story with one of the tribal nations, then they will now start talking to another tribal nation and saying, hey, well, this was a success with this entity. Go ahead and now speak to them. But that is really based on trust. And that's what I've learned from the beginning. My position is not a compensation position. So my position is to inform the tribal nation on how they can partner with AT&T if they choose to do so. And we are sensitive and we respect their sovereignty. And that's one thing that we need to learn when working with tribal nations is whether they need it. If they don't want you on their tribal land, that's not going to happen. But you need to cultivate that relationship so they can trust you, so that you can have successes like we recently announced with the Rincon tribe last year. We signed an agreement to deploy fiber to over 400 locations on their tribal land. And most recently, we had a groundbreaking ceremony with San Pasqual to deploy fiber optics to over 500 locations on their tribal land. But that does not happen without collaboration and trust from tribal nations. And so we're doing that.
So do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because I know there's some tribal comments made, and I just wanted to just provide some insight of what we're doing at AT&T to help with tribal nations in California and the strategy that we're doing that is working. And we're here to serve them. I've met with Central California Tribal Association, Northern California, and Southern California as well. I think the consensus from the tribal leadership is high-speed internet service. This is something that they want to address, and we're working on that. So look forward to working with you, Matt. I know you've mentioned your work down in Southern California with the Tribal Tremor Association. Look forward to working with you and looking at areas that we can partner. You mentioned partnering to find solutions with tribal nations, but it takes collaboration and working with tribal nations. So just want to provide some insight on what we're doing.
Okay. Do we have time for one last question? I want to emphasize that the word is question, not comment. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, chat. So thanks, Victor.
Steve McKinnon asks, is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. If the proposed VoIP service quality metrics are not being measured by carriers or not being measured by providers the way they are described, how do VoIP providers currently track and measure VoIP service and call quality?
VoIP providers use tens, if not hundreds, of different metrics to evaluate the efficacy of our network. However, I'm not prepared to speak to any of those metrics and their ability to accurately serve as a service quality metric. I think Cal Broadband put together a very comprehensive proposal on what the commission should consider putting forth for service quality metrics, and Janus may be able to speak better to that.
Yeah, thank you. We did submit a proposal that looked at extending the existing GO 133 service quality metrics to all VoIP providers, quite frankly, all voice providers. We believe by doing that over a 2-year period, you would give the commission the opportunity to see how providers over multiple technologies, their networks are actually performing, be able to give an apples to apples comparison of that performance, and then be able to address any additional regulatory action from a data-driven perspective. So our proposal is look at the existing GO 133 standards over a 2-year study period. That provides you the data necessary in order to determine if further regulatory action is needed. And if I would take 2 seconds, we put forward that proposal in the spirit of partnership. I think there were a lot of statements of frustration, and I think trying to be objective about the statements of frustration is, and sometimes there's a misalignment of what communities or individuals are trying to communicate versus the scope of the discussion that we're talking about. And here's what I mean by that. All of the points that were raised by the community members were incredibly valid. No one is judging the authenticity of that. Some of the issues that they were raising are deployment issues, right? Where is infrastructure deployed? In response to hearing concerns about the deployment issues, the program about BEAD was raised because that's where you would address a deployment issue. It wasn't intended to be a dismissive comment. When we're having discussions about where are you receiving service, call drops, things of that nature, that's the performance of your existing infrastructure that's already in place. What we are asking, and I'll speak from Cal Broadband's perspective, is we have a technology, we have an infrastructure, we have a track record. If there's going to be a regulatory scheme enacted on our service providers and our infrastructure and technology, it should be based on our performance, not the performance of another provider. So again, Cal Broadband's perspective is we understand the necessity of efficient communications that allow people to not only communicate to public safety, but also connect to their families and in the larger world, however that is defined for an individual. We put forth a proposal to provide the commission with the necessary data in order to actually accurately assess how providers are doing with their existing networks in the existing geography, serving the existing customers that they serve. My comments, we were also trying to point to the other proceedings in which deployment issues were being raised. If that came off as dismissive, I want to apologize for that. That was not the intention for that to occur. So I just appreciate the moment, Your Honor, for being able to make that statement. Not the intention at all for my comments to seem dismissive, but wanted to, in a spirit of partnership, point to the fact that the state is dealing with these issues in multiple facets and making sure people are participating in all of those facets.
Well, we've reached the 4 o'clock hour. We're a little bit behind, but we need to, I guess, discuss next steps. Commissioner, do you want to discuss next steps or do you want me to?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So sure. So the next steps are, and I think some of this was answered in this morning's question from Mr. Aaron. So the next step is likely a staff proposal informed by this discussion, and then to have comments on that proposal, and after comments, a proposed decision. And I don't know that we have a time frame because I think folks probably want to take home the comments that have been made today in the presentations and think on them some more. Commissioner, do you have any final words?
Yeah, just again, I want to thank everyone, and I know some folks had to travel to be here, so I appreciate the strong attendance and interest in the comments and the dialogue today. And as Judge Glagola said, we're going to carefully consider all of the comments, presentations, the feedback from the local and tribal communities, the written comments on the proceeding, and our staff are going to come up with a proposal that you'll be able to comment on. And again, this is an important proceeding. These services are critical services. And again, we appreciate all of the feedback and welcome and encourage continued participation as we move forward in the proceeding. And again, I want to thank our IT staff for being here and making it possible to have this as a hybrid meeting. I want to thank our staff for all of their work and helping to prepare for today. My advisor, Victor Smith, and Judge Glagola for all of their work, and my Bagley Keene partner, Commissioner Reynolds. Again, just really appreciate the time and effort being put into this important issue. And it looks like somebody.
Drone area. Broadband.
Preparing a workshop summary, and my understanding was the ALJ ruling called for comments on that workshop summary as well. And I assume additionally, we'll have opportunity to comment on the workshop report I'm sorry, on the staff proposal that you mentioned. Thank you.
Yeah, so the comments on the workshop report will be considered in preparing the staff proposal, which will come after that. Correct. Yes. Yeah, okay. So again, thank you. And I don't know if Commissioner Reynolds, if you're on, if you wanted to make any closing statements.
Yes, briefly, thank you, Commissioner Houck. I would echo your thanks and appreciation for everyone who has been contributing to make this workshop possible and make this proceeding possible as well. I would also add to those thanks to you, Commissioner Houck, for your leadership in this important area. Thanks to all the panelists for their participation today. And I think in a brief wrap up, I would suggest that I certainly hope that we can all agree that it's important that all Californians have access to high quality telecommunication services. And I certainly appreciate the continued participation of parties to this proceeding, as well as all the communities and members of the public who've been offering their contributions to this docket, sharing some of the concerns that they have with their services today. And to echo Commissioner Houck's remarks earlier today, I will look forward to hearing from the parties to this proceeding different creative solutions to help us ensure that we can reach that goal of making sure that Californians have access to high quality telecommunications. Thank you all.
Okay, so I think with that, we are done. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.